Once again, attention in the paddock area. Attention in the paddock area. Just a reminder, we are going to be on a weather hold due to the fog. Corner stations cannot see each other at the moment. So once again, we are currently in a weather hold. Please keep paying attention to the public address system. We will pass along any schedule changes and updates once we have them for you. Currently in a weather hold here at Road America. Once again, welcome to America's National Park of Speed, currently in a weather hold here at the 640-acre facility for those of you joining us on our YouTube channel as well. So good morning. Good look at turn 5. And you can see that it's very difficult to see the braking zone. So as the fog hopefully burns off, under a dense fog advisory in the Sheboygan County area until about 9 a.m. this morning. But we're just kind of paying attention to the weather system. And as soon as that our corner stations can see each other, that is the utmost concern is safety. So we are currently in a weather hold here at Road America. We would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors, Sargento, Aaron's, Corvette, Haggerty, Briggs & Stratton, Johnsonville, Henry, Palermo's Pizza, and NTT. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America, keeping our 640-acre facility looking beautiful. Skag headquartered in Mayville, Wisconsin. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Team Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Montreux, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Alders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner of Road America. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. University of Wisconsin-Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, LiftX, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Aaron's. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Get a fog delay here at Road America. The Eagles underneath the nest. They've started to pull off the covers, so if you have yet to check out the Eagles nest, go ahead and head over there to Dan Gurney's All-American Racers. Those 30 Eagles on display underneath the big tent in the main paddock area just south of Victory Lane near the Parker Johns concession stand. Group 1 was scheduled first on the docket. We're still paying attention to that schedule. However, we are in a weather delay at America's National Park of Speed. And again, currently in a weather hold here at Road America at the National Park of Speed. Unfortunately, still in that weather hold and do not have an updated timeline for you yet. As soon as we have an updated timeline, once we have a better idea and understanding of how this fog is going to affect the balance of the morning sessions, we'll certainly pass that information along to you. It is 30 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. It is 8:30, the bottom of the hour. We would be deep into our almost to starting our third session this morning, but we are currently in a weather hold. Still safety the utmost concern, and being able to see multiple corner stations in successive chain is important. And right now the fog is kind of limiting visibility for our corner workers and to keep our competitors safe on a weather delay this morning. So a weather hold for the moment. As soon as we have an updated schedule, we will pass that information along to you. If I could have your attention in the paddock, please. If I could have your attention in the paddock, please. Group one to the grid, please. Group one immediately, please. We are truncating sessions, so about 15 minutes of green flag run time, about 18 minutes total. We are going to truncate sessions, but I do need to get group one to the grid immediately, please. Group one to the grid immediately, please. We are going to run in order as the posted schedule. Times are just simply shortened. We're going to start approximately 8:45. Less than 10 minutes on the clock. Less than 10 minutes. Group one to the grid immediately, please. Group one to the grid immediately, please. Group 1, again, we are going to shorten these Q3 sessions to about 15 minutes of run time and try to get back as close to schedule as we can. So we're going to truncate these schedules a little bit. So I need Group 2 immediately. Group 2 to the grid, please. Group 2 to the grid, please. We're going to try to rapidly go through the schedule. We are staying with the posted groupings, but we are going to, again, truncate the session. So it's imperative that we get everybody onto the grid as quickly as possible. So Group 2 to the grid, please. Group 2 immediately, please. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. So as you can see, if you're watching on the big screens, that it is difficult to see from station to station, and the fog is certainly fairly thick. On this Saturday morning, Jack Donelon, first car across the stripe, out of Chickasha, Oklahoma, in 07 Lola, B07. Donelon, the number 9. Mark Brannon, the 29, out of Paradise Valley, Arizona, 2008 Elan DP. Brian French, out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, a 93 Ralt RT1 prototype. Third quick in the session, David Bland in the 81. Joel Quadracci in the 48. Travis Engen in the 2, the Audi R8 LMP here this weekend as well, out of Weston, Connecticut. George Crass in the 55 out of Plainfield, Illinois in the 2015 Ligier. Jim Cope in the 21. Steve Lisa in the Norma. Joel Quadracci across the stripe, a 2:11.586 out of Sussex, Wisconsin. Joel Quadracci to P1 in the prototype. Brian French to P2, a 2:18.724. Travis Engen up to 4th quick, and then promptly gets bumped back to 5th quick in the number 2 here in Group 1 qualifying. Again, Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. Joel Quadracci across the stripe, a 2:06.594, 2:06.594. Joel Quadracci, purple on lap 3 here in Q3 for Group 1. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. Again, truncated sessions, about 15 minutes of run time. And then we'll try to have everybody off after about 18 minutes. So we'll need everybody's assistance this morning to try to stay and get back onto our schedule. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. 15 minutes of run time here in Q3 for all sessions. We'll truncate it down to about 18 minutes or so on track if we can get these sessions out rolling quickly. So in order to do that, we need some assistance in the paddock area. Group 2 to the grid immediately, please. So Joe Quadracci on top of the board at 2:03.642 now. Quickest here on lap 4, just across the stripe. Travis Engen second quick, 2:12.083. Mark Brannon, the 29 machine, at 2:14.737. Brian French at 2:16.359, and Jim Cope at 2:17.085. That is your top 5 here in Q3 for Group 1. Group 2 next on the docket. Again, we're approaching about 12 minutes into this session. About 3 more minutes of runtime or so. Try to keep the sessions as quick as we can, but even throughout the morning, trying to get us back to schedule point. 5 minutes to the grid for Group 2. 5 minutes on the grid for Group 2. This is the final call for Group 2. First call to the grid, Group 3. Group 3, first call to the grid. Group 3, first call to the grid. Again, attention in the paddock area. Going to need some assistance today to try to keep these morning sessions moving so we can get back to schedule. So once again, need your assistance in the paddock area to get lined up quickly here. Group 3 to the grid, please. Group 2 being released to the racetrack. Group 3 to the grid, please. Group 3 to the grid, please.
Group 2 qualifying rolling on. First hot lap in the books now. Brian Davis on top of the board out of Mequon in the Elva. Nick Clements in the Porsche 356. James Jackson in the 01. Quick yesterday in Q2 and Q1. George F. Balback in the 0. Joel Weinberger the 3. Scott Schmidt also fast yesterday. Scott Schmidt had the fastest lap in Q2 yesterday. He kept alternating between himself, James Jackson, and George Balback. Robert Van Zelst, Randall Alexander in the 70, Justin Johnson the 901, Frank Boucher the 51. Currently top 10 times on the first out lap. And hot lap in the books. Again, about 15-minute on-track green flag session, maybe a little bit longer. Idea is to get them in an 18 to 20-minute window, try to condense the schedule a bit today. Again, Group 3. Group 3 to the grid immediately, please. Group 3 to the grid immediately, please. Trying to get us back to schedule. Obviously, about 45 minutes behind this morning, so we're going to condense each of the qualifying groups here, shorten the sessions by just a few minutes, but by doing so keeps us predominantly on schedule. By the time we hit the end, we'll make up some time. So in this situation, we need everybody's assistance in the paddock area to make sure that you are on the grid and ready to go when we need to go. Group 3 to the grid immediately, please. Group 3 to the grid immediately, please. Good morning to all of you joining us on the YouTube live stream this morning. Forecast for today does call for this fog to eventually burn off and get back to somewhat normal sky conditions, but it's taking a little bit longer. Some warm air temperature and some cooler temperatures aloft have kind of caused a little bit of a weather situation. Even into yesterday afternoon, it just didn't seem to want to go away with this foggy, misty drizzle. Not enough to affect the racetrack, but just enough to be what we'd call an annoyance weather situation, but eventually will burn off. Encourage everyone that's here at the racetrack to go to the Eagle's Nest. Dan Gurney's All-American Racers Eagles on display underneath the big white tent in the heart of the paddock area, just south of Victory Lane, next to the front stretch tunnel. But some of these cars just absolutely amazing. Al Jr.'s 1983 Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500 car here. P.J. Jones, Juan Fangio, their GTP Toyota Eagle here. Bobby Rahal's got an Eagle as well on the display. A lot of cool cars in the Eagle's Nest. The big white tent in the heart of the paddock area. Don't forget to visit the paddock shop as well. Pick up your Road America gift items, hats, jackets, t-shirts, some furniture, posters, paintings, pictures. They've got it all at the paddock shop. Open 9 to 4 all weekend. Breakfast still being served around this 4-mile race course. You know, they do walking tacos. I wonder if we could get a walking burrito. A walking breakfast taco. There we go. There's an idea. Plenty of breakfast wraps, sandwiches, and all of our concession stands open this weekend. Here on this Saturday morning, day 2 officially the WeatherTech International Challenge weekend. Day 3 of on-track activity started really Wednesday, so day 4, but our official test days Wednesday and Thursday, but in earnest qualifying began yesterday. So this is officially day 2 of the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Brian, David Hobbs, Bert Levy going to be signing in the paddock shop throughout the day today at a couple of different times, so I'm sure they'll be more than happy to sign your wares. Get those three together, there's a lot of funny stories. Seems fitting, though, that with David and Brian here this weekend, that we do have some weather befitting the British Racing Drivers Club. Brian Davis still on top of the board, a 241.133. A 241.133 for Brian Davis in the 1962 Elva Courier out of Mequon, Wisconsin. Lake Bluff, Illinois' George F. Ballbach in the bathtub Porsche. The Zero Machine, a 244.051. Scott Schmidt in the 74, a 244.9 out of Lawrence, Kansas. That is a 72 Sprite Mark II. So Davis, Ballbach, Schmidt, Joel Weinberger in the number 3. Another bathtub Porsche out of Hinsdale, Illinois. James Jackson, the 01. Kent Prather, the 26, on Pick Lane out of Wakarusa, Kansas. 62 MGA. And MG on pit lane for Kent Prather, just down and away as well here on the front stretch. Robert Van Zelston, the 72. That is a 1955 Porsche 356. Nick Clements, 1960 Porsche. Matt Getzinger, another Porsche 356. A lot of bathtub Porsches in this group. Randall Alexander in the 070 out of Oregon, Wisconsin in a 1970 Datsun 510. That's a cool car. Got a couple Alfa Romeo Giulias. And also an 86 Honda CRX from Jim Dentisi. 13 quick right now. So Brian Davis continues to set the pace now at 240.047. Quicker, though. Just went purple for Brian Davis across the line at 240.047 for Brian Davis here in Q3 for Group 2. Group 3. to the grid, please. Group 3 to the grid, please. Checkered flag is out. 5-minute call and final call for Group 3. 5-minute final call, Group 3. 5-minute final call for Group 3. And those of you watching on the YouTube stream, see a couple of you watching from the Mid-Ohio territory. Thanks, Todd, for catching us on the YouTube channel. Next time you're out at Mid-Ohio, say hello to our good friend, John Phippen, track announcer down there. John, of course, will actually join us for via CDA weekend here at Road America. Always great to have John up here. A lot of race fans around the racetrack here also catching us on the YouTube channel. Maybe hanging out at the camper or the RV. So if you're sitting here at the racetrack and want to catch what you see on the big screens, but perhaps want to be on the trail over in turn 11 and can't quite see the big screen down in turn 12, grab your mobile device, get on the Road America YouTube channel. You can also check it out from our Facebook page and our Twitter feed as well. The links. Checkered flag is out in the session for Group 2. Again, less than 5 minutes now for Group 3. Less than 5 now on the grid for Group 3. First call to the grid for Group 4. First call to the grid, Group 4. Group 4, first call to the grid. Group 4, first call to the grid.
Two laps complete on this Group 3 qualifying. Craig Bennett on top with the 233.201, followed by James Cullen in that number 10 car. Also attention in the paddock, Group 4, this is your call to the grid, Group 4 to the grid. Fog being lifted a little bit here on this Group 3 qualifying 3. Craig Bennett still on top with a 2:30, just went purple that last lap by. Doc Bundy, familiar name from yesterday, going a P2 with a 2:35.702. Seems like these racers are starting to find the fast way around the track. Attention in the paddock, Group 4. Group 4 to the grid, please. Group 4 to the grid, you're next up. Group 4. Reports of a mechanical black flag coming out for Doc Bundy here when he passes the start-finish line. Looks like he might have been dumping a little bit of fuel. Doesn't look like anything major though. Your leader right now in this qualifying 3 session, Craig Bennett, followed by David Putz, Doc Bundy, James Cullen. Craig Bennett on top with a 230.459. Taking a look at the track cameras, the fog seems to be lifting. Still cloudy here at Road America. Lots of people at the white tent in the heart of the paddock checking out the AAR Eagles. 30 of them here on display at Road America. And they'll be doing some demonstration laps during our lunch session at 1:15. The AAR Eagles. There'll be about 15 of the 30 on track, so we won't just be able to see them, we'll be able to hear them. We will see them go down all of our favorite turns and corners. And we can take in the sights and sound here at Road America. Qualifying 3, almost wrapping up here. A couple more minutes left. Craig Bennett still on top. It was a rainy day yesterday. 2 qualifying sessions yesterday. Some competitors not taking the track due to weather. So this is our last chance to shake down the cars and get them ready for our qualifying races coming up here. We have Group 1 at 1:40 p.m. Historic Stock Cars Group 1 will be our first, right after the AAR Eagles. But we are in the middle of our qualifying 3 session. Group 4, this is your final call to the grid, Group 4. The paddock shop now open. Get amazing Road America gear and apparel. Also, the Eagles have a couple of t-shirts and jackets down there too. I also saw a couple patches, some stickers. Lots of great gear in the paddock shop. Right next to the giant white tent where all the Eagles are displayed. So go check out the Eagles. Take a look at the paddock shop. Maybe grab some food. Getting closer and closer to lunch. Start thinking, where are you going to go? So many great spots to go here at Road America to get food. Breakfast just about ending here. Probably your last chance to grab some breakfast. We had some sausage eggers up here in the booth. Breakfast burritos, pancakes, and of course some coffee. Next up is Group 4. Group 4 up next, qualifying 3. And as I say that, checkered flag coming out for the Group 3 qualifying 3 session. And it looks like Craig Bennett keeps his spot. Barely keeps his spot. Looks like Byron DeFore gave him a run for his money. Craig Bennett, Byron DeFore, and David Putz, your top 3. Doc Bundy in 4th place with that mechanical, wasn't able to keep his spot. Hopefully he can get all that buttoned up and ready for our qualifying races coming up here after our lunch break. Next up is Group 4. Group 4 next up for their qualifying 3 session. Group 4 making their way on track for their qualifying 3 session. The track is drying and only getting quicker here as the fog lifts here at Road America. We are quickening up this qualifying 3 session, so Group 5 to the grid, please. Group 5 to the grid.
Ambient temperatures around 64 degrees with the morning fog continuing. Hopefully we can get this burned off through the morning hours and get into a good afternoon, but temperatures should be staying this way for the majority of the day. Eventually temperatures are scheduled to get into the 70s and 80s into the next 2 days. So hopefully that comes sooner rather than later. But it is a comfortable 64, a little bit of a misty drizzle yet, very similar to yesterday afternoon where we just could not seem to get rid of the moisture in the air. It doesn't really affect the racetrack much, but it sure is more of what we would call an annoyance moisture.
Yeah, we had that fog delay this morning that set us back a couple of minutes for these sessions. But the fog is lifting, it's clearing, and visibility is looking good.
So we're down to about 15 minutes per session now for green flag time, and then hopefully getting cars off after the 18 to 20 minute mark. So a condensed schedule, working down the list in order here. Group 4 on track right now. Joel Quadracci, 254, 256 on the point after the outlap. So this would make way for Group 5. So Group 5 to the grid, please. Again, we are asking for assistance in the paddock area today. Due to the condensed schedule this morning, we're trying to stay in our windows here to try to get back to our posted schedule by the lunch break. So if we could get your assistance and get you in line and gridded up as quickly as possible, that would be preferred. Group 5 to the grid, please. Group 5 to the grid, please.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5, to the grid please. Group 5, Historic Sports Racers, Can-Am and Prototypes. Group 5, to the grid please.
Quadracci continues to set the pace here at 2:22.908. Fletcher Belt in the 39 at 2:23.379 out of Blue Valley, Illinois. That's 79 March 79V. Of course, Quadracci 67 Brabham BT 29. Celebrated marquee a few years ago here at the WeatherTech International Challenge. Steve Grundle in 69 Brabham as well. The 4, currently third quick. Jeff Gherkin in 85 Aralt RT5, currently fourth quick. Bill Walschlager in a 97 Van Diemen, currently fifth quick in the number 3. Pierce Rader, the 68, always quick and usually out front out of River Forest, Illinois. 71 Lotus. Travis Engen, a 1970 Chevron B17B out of Weston, Connecticut is Travis Engen. Paul Lisek, the 07 out of Tehachapi, California. 85 Ralt. Michael Pop out of Neshota, Wisconsin in the 97 Van Diemen. And Robert Burnside out of Dexter, Michigan in the 69 Brabham BT29. That is currently your top 10. As we rotate through Group 4 here. Group 5 again. Second call to the grid. Group 5 to the grid, please. Group 5 to the grid, please. What a great turnout at the Eagles Nest all weekend so far. We've got another day to go, but there are hundreds of people over at the Eagles Nest right now. All 30 Eagles here on display that are here this weekend. 15 of them will be able to go trackside. 15 will remain static displays. But taking a look at the big tent right across the way here, great to see so many people checking out these cars and really take the time and look at each car individually. It is fantastic. An absolutely great story under each and every single one of those cars. Just absolutely fantastic display. And some of them will be trackside. Coming up this afternoon at 1:15 after the lunch break. A portion of those cars will leave the nest and will come out trackside. Again, second call to the grid. Group 5. Group 5 to the grid immediately, please. Group 5 to the grid immediately, please. Just over 5 minutes to grid. Just over 5 minutes to grid. Group 5 to the grid, please. Checkered flag is out here on the session. Joel Quadracci on lap 5 goes quicker still at 2:21.548. Fletcher Belt, Jeff Gherkin, Steve Grundle, and Pierce Rader unofficially your top 5 here in Q3 as they come across the stripe. Oh, Joel Quadracci pips one right at the end again at 2:21.605. Quadracci sneaky fast by 0.3 over Fletcher Belt.
Continuing where you left off yesterday.
Yeah, those guys were all kind of chasing the top spot quite a bit here in Group 4 to end our day yesterday. Again, final call to the grid for Group 5. Final call to the grid for Group 5.
And also, Eric, there's a family fun zone that might be opening up here.
Absolutely, coming up at 10 o'clock. Till 3 o'clock, calling all kids ages 12 and under. Stop by Road America's Family Fun Zone, presented by Bank First this weekend. Try your hand at some fun activities and take a load off from 10 to 3. Check out the Coloring Corner and activities with Jean the Balloon Lady. The Bank First Family Fun Zone, located next to Pearl's Los Amigos concession stand on the outside of Turn 1, just south of the VIP Tower. Family Fun Zone, Saturday and Sunday, today and tomorrow at Turn 1. Compliments of Road America and Bank First. Don't forget to stop by the Paddock Shop for all of your official Road America apparel and souvenirs. Located across from Victor Lane, the store features an amazing selection of hats, shirts, toys, gifts, unique gift items, artwork, and furniture, and much more. Say you're coming to the racetrack for the first time today for this 2022 season, and you're like, well, we'd like to come out here again. Well, you can, and we can help you stay here at the track for an affordable place to stay. Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at the track. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and for pricing. If you are in the need of cash on this race day, Saturday, you can use your ATM card at a mobile ATM located in the paddock area, the gearbox, and at Road America's paddock shop as well. Don't forget David Hobbs, Brian Redmond, B.S. Levy signing their books and posters in the paddock shop from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. today and tomorrow. So Hobbs, Redmond, and Levy signing books and posters in the paddock shop from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. today as well as tomorrow. You put those three characters together, and it's usually a pretty good time, and a lot of chuckles will ensue. Those guys are funny. Great storytellers, all three of them. Chevy serving up a full line of SUVs made for the way you move. Don't miss your chance to get the right offer on a ride as unique as you. The stylish Blazer for the showstoppers, the big body Trailblazer built for off-roaders, the ultra-modern Equinox for the tech-savvy, and the spacious Traverse for heavy loading capacity. Strong enough for the long haul. Make a move to your local Chevy dealer today and find the SUV to suit your groove. Chevrolet. Find new roads. Qualifying today brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor and the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of doing business, Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started. Not only is Wisconsin home to America's National Park of Speed, but it's also home to America's leading lever-action rifle and shotgun manufacturer, Henry Repeating Arms. From backyard plinking to home defense to deer hunting in the woods of Wisconsin, Henry offers a rifle or shotgun for every budget that are all proudly made in America or not made at all. If you don't yet own one or want to add another to your collection, Henry invites you to visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. With over 200 different models to choose from, you're sure to find something you'll be proud to own. It's henryusa.com. Quick Trip is a proud partner of Road America and your official convenience store of summer racing in Wisconsin. They carry all of your favorite cookout and tailgating grocery items like brats, burgers, steaks, chops, salads, soda, beer, and more. Quick Trip has you covered when you're on the go. Plus, you can find no-fee ATMs, free air for your tires, and the freshest fuel for your vehicles. Quick Trip. We'll see you next time.
drama to start off this Group 5 qualifying 3 session. We have a spinner right at 14, the start of 14. Potential contact with the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they have 2 safety trucks that have responded just out of the 13 cut. Looks like a situation where you're coming back from the right, left, right.
It's definitely an interesting spot to go off there.
Yeah, so that's on the outside of the apex entry to 14, which means it may come into some issues and got off onto the curbing on the exit of 13 and coming across the racetrack. But safety, boots on the ground, responding to turn 13 for the moment. Joel Weinberger out in front of this session in the 33 machine at 222.484. Jeff Miller in the two-stroke Kohler powered win first racing effort out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. That Lola 222.621. 222.621 for Jeff Miller out of Elkhart Lake. Second quick here in the session.
A better look here at the incident in 14. Not sure on that car number. Lots of safety cars down there, making sure the extraction goes smoothly. Hopefully that doesn't end their race weekend and they can get that car back on track. Group 5. Group 6 next up. Attention to the paddock. Group 6, this is your call to the grid. Group 6.
believe that might be the 29 of Ben Myers down in turn 14. Only car not to turn a lap on this Saturday morning here in Group 5, Q3. Group 6, second call to the grid. Group 6, second call to the grid. Slowly trying to get back on schedule. So again, if we could have your assistance in the paddock area and get you lined up as quickly as possible, make this transition quick. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid, please.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid.
Jeff Miller was on top of the board, but Gary Gould pips him at the line at 2:16.733. The 41 of Gary Gould from Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Frisbee pips Jeff Miller from Elkhart Lake for the fast spot here in Q3 at 2:16.733 to a 2:18.482. Great lap from Gary Gould in that 41 machine. 5-minute final call for Group 6. 5-minute and final call for Group 6.
And here comes Group 6 for their qualifying session number 3. Big Bore Productions. Group 6. Next up is Group 7A, 7B, and 7C. Qualifying session 3-4 Group 6, classic big bore production. Definitely a fan favorite group for good reason. The sounds of these cars are absolutely incredible. Attention in the paddock, Group 7 to the grid. Group 7A, 7B, and 7C. Group 7 to the grid.
Just a couple of minutes left here in this Group 6 qualifying session. Brian Garcia, the number 11, leading the way at 2:23.44. Todd Trefford in the 41 at 2:23.213. Scott Burchetta, 2:24.093 in the Big Machine Racing number 1. That is your top 3 right now. Jody O'Donnell, John DeGainer in the Devon, up to 5th if you're paying attention to the 111. Mike Donahue in the 30. Scott Graham in the Firebird. Claire Schweneman 8th. Tim Cornelius in 9th. Chris Hines in the top 10.
And checkered flag coming out here for our Group 6 session.
Not a surprise, a little bit quicker field here. Q3 coming to a conclusion. Group 7. Group 7 to the grid, please. 5-minute call to the grid, Group 7. 5-minute call to the grid, Group 7. This is going to be a fast 5. Fast 5. Group 7 to the grid, please. Group 7 to the grid, please. If you like things that go fast, then you should try the Absorber. Nothing dries your car faster. It's available where better car care products are sold, including the Paddock Gift Shop right here at Road America. Raw horsepower, incredible speed, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. And no matter how big or small your yard is, Skag is a mower that's right for you. Learn more about the full line of high-performance American-made lawnmowers from Skag. Be sure to check out skag.com. That's SCAG.com. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Message from the official towing service company of Road America, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing. Whether you're in Green Bay, Appleton, Madison, or Milwaukee, you can trust the team at Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing to get your vehicle towed safely. With a fleet of over 50 trucks in Wisconsin, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing have rapid response times no matter what the scenario. Remember to call Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, the official towing provider of Road America. Good times are about cars and hanging with people who love them, right? Well, our partner Haggerty feels the same, and that's why they've created insurance that gives you the best protection. And then they made it easy for you to connect with other enthusiasts by offering tons of automotive content, including original programming, forums, vehicle values, even a virtual garage for your dream cars. When you're not on the track, check out Haggerty.com. And speaking of Haggerty, don't forget Colin Comer, driver of the number 116 Mountain Dew Mustang. In the TA GT1 contingent, he has a new show with Haggerty. It is called The Appraiser. It's starting their second season now. And if you have not seen that show, it is absolutely fantastic. So I'm working last night during the parade on a couple of deals as well. So Colin's always looking for a good project. Welcome, race fans from all over the world. Lakeside Pepsi, proud to be the official soft drink sponsor of Road America. Quench your thirst with assorted Pepsi products available at all concession stands on this race weekend. It is time now for Group 7. This is Group 7, qualifying 3. Group 7, qualifying 3. First call to the grid, Group 8. First call to the grid for Group 8. Well, yesterday afternoon, we got into the 151s at the end of Q2 for the 11 of James French. Brian French in the 8 out there today. Mark Brandon in the number 7. Justin Frick in the 09. Chris Locke in the 5. Travis Engen in the 31. Kyle Buxton in the 17. Tony Ave in the 14. Rob Radman out there in the 84. The 79 at Danny Baker. Kyle Tilley in the 0. Kyle Buxton across the line, 5th quick out of Trabuco, California, 77 March. But James French continues to set the outlap pace at a 2:02.935 to a 2:02.988 for Father Brian. There's Travis Engen across the line, back to 6th. Engen out of Weston, Connecticut, a 98 Lola T97. Jim Stengel across the line at 8. Rick Parsons in the Brian Redmond special at 76 Lola T332. The number 1. 9th quick so far. Kurt Bennett, 11th quick. And the balance of the field continues to qualify here in Group 7. Group 8 next on the docket. Group 8 to the grid, please. Second call. Group 8 to the grid, please. Group 8 to the grid. And there is James and Brian French with traffic a little slower.
You can tell by the sparks on the front stretch there. The titanium skid plate on the bottom sparking as it comes down.
Well, a little bit of traffic that they've been dealing with here in this Q3 session. A lot more cars on track today than yesterday afternoon, but James French still leading the way at 2:02.935, but last time through a 2:12 lap. So, you know, they're working traffic fairly consistently in the 13-14 area. But always these cloudy days, we said yesterday, these cloudy days are always the best days to watch that 11 and 8 car, especially here on the front straightaway. With a little bit of the bumps here in the front stretch, those titanium rub rails just arc a lot of sparks, and it's such a great shot if you've got a camera out and get a picture. It's absolutely fantastic spark show.
There's a steady group of people checking out the 30 Eagles on display in the heart of the paddock. People going in and out, taking a look at history on wheels under the big white tent.
The Eagle's Nest.
The Eagle's Nest, is that what we're calling it?
That's what we're going to call it. We're gonna call
the
it
Eagle's Nest. Right in front of the paddock shop. Also in the paddock shop, there'll be a book signing by Bert Levy and Brian Redmond.
And David Hobbs.
And David Hobbs, of course.
So they'll be signing their books from 11 to 2:30. So Brian hustling over there, just stopped by to say hi.
They also have some audio books I hear as well.
So Hobbs, Redmond, and Levy at the paddock shop, 11 to 2:30 today. Signing autographs and books. If you've not read Habbo, it is worth the price just for the foreword by Sam Posey, the wordsmith himself.
And the Family Fun Zone continuing on by turn 1 from 10 to 3 today.
Did you get your balloon animal yet, Brian?
No, I want to stop down there. I did see some cool things. I always want to try out that metal swing that they got down there. So might take a stop there at lunch.
You got a jungle gym. You got the coloring corner. You got Jean the Balloon Lady. All sorts of cool stuff down near Los Amigos concession stand in turn 1. And while you're there, stop and get maybe a churro or a walking taco. Burritos down there. Great food stand down in turn 1.
Yeah, we're getting close to that lunchtime. So start thinking, where are you going to go? Maybe you'll go to multiple spots.
Like I said, you always have to, you eat at one, and then you walk to the next one, you walk off that, and then you get another one, you walk off that, go to the next one.
You get a brat at one place, cheese curds at another place, and then, I don't know, go to Antoinette's, get some mac and cheese.
We did that this morning for breakfast. We got our Egger sandwiches from the Gearbox. We got our coffee from the Buzz Through.
Yeah, shout out to the Buzz Through, the green trailer, right next to the paddock shop. Great coffee.
And great to have them at the track. Missed them in the early half of the year. They were here all of last season. It was super to have them last year. And we're just so thankful to have Buzz Through back here at the Green Trailer. So make sure you say welcome back when you get your coffee. But it's the Green Trailer right near Victory Lane by the paddock shop. And then we also had breakfast potatoes and the beignets from Parker John's this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
So we went to all so those three concession stands got a little busy from us this morning. Before we got underway. See, that's what weather delays do to us. We get hungry, and then we partake in multiple concession stands. So when we say go to multiple concession stands, we do as we say.
Yeah, and then we leave the track and we stop at a gas station like Quick Trip and get more delicious food.
Right. This is the Quick Trip Media Center, after all.
Of course. Eating some Glazers this morning, too, on top of all the food. Ate some donuts. It's not good. It's not good.
Well, we have a 10x6 glass case of emotion. That's where we sit here, just south of the TireRack.com WeatherTech Starters Bridge, and so they feed us on occasion, but we do occasionally get out in the wild, and it's fun to get to eat our way around the racetrack as well. We don't get out often, but when we do, we like to visit our friends at multiple concession stands. Pearls on the Hill, another great spot. Turn 7, Hurry Downs, new speakers out there.
It's an amazing spot to watch the race. You get a really good vantage point. Can really see a lot of the track.
You get the Elkhart Lake Lions. Of course, they've got some amazing food, roasted corn up there.
You got corn on the cob.
Plymouth Optimist on the opposite side of 6. Over the Corvette Bridge. Antoinette's at the wind tunnel. As Brian mentioned, it was Mac and Cheese Day on Thursday, but they've got their world-famous Fair Mac here every race weekend.
And Bloody Marys as well.
Well, you're not supposed to tell them about the Bloody Marys that we've got, and they're loaded, too.
Oh.
So, that's probably why the commentary's been a little bit more funny this weekend. But it's just our secret.
So get ready for lunch coming up here soon. Getting close. We still got a couple more qualifying sessions here. Qualifying 3. Group 7 out there now. And also at 1:15, the AAR Eagle demonstration laps. Due to weather yesterday, we weren't able to get them on track, but today they will be out there. And I'm excited. It's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to it.
James French across the stripe, a 1:59.027. Brian French, a 1:59.142 just a moment ago. As you heard the pause, we kind of tried to let you get a little bit of that audio sound in the background if you're watching on the stream at YouTube. So try to get you those screaming cars. If you are watching from home and are here in Wisconsin, you've got plenty of time to get to us later today and for certain tomorrow.
Yep, qualifying races starting at 1:40 today and then racing all day tomorrow.
Feature events all day tomorrow, but these cars qualifying again this morning, getting into their best lap of the weekend, and they get into the qualifying races. Time set during the qualifying races, then set the grid for the feature race on Sunday. Speaking of which, if you would like to access all of the timing and scoring grids, lineups, all of that, you do have the ability to do that at the Race Hero app. Lineups, results, and grid sheets all at the Race Hero app. So if you're here at the track, download Race Hero. Here for the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Checkered flag is out on the session. James French in 159.027 appears to be what will be the fast lap here. Now let's they can pip one off right at the end.
Yeah, but looking down the list, number 70, Lewis Cooper going sub 2 minutes for his best lap. 159.514. Right underneath Brian French.
And that is a 2007 Panos DP01. That is in a kart configuration. And both James and Brian dealing with some traffic on that lap, so they did not improve their time. So the times from yesterday, the 151s would be their fastest of the weekend for James French. Brian French sets his fast time of the weekend here at 159.142. Don't forget David Hobbs, Brian Redmond, Bert Levy signing books and posters in the paddock shop from 11 a.m. until 2:30 today, as well as tomorrow. So 2 chances yet for you to catch them this weekend. Great storytellers in the paddock shop right now. And while you're there, pick out some AAR Eagle gear too, Brian. You said that you'd stopped in there yesterday.
Yeah, I was in there
yesterday. Saw that there's some Eagle stuff there.
Yeah, there's a couple of T-shirts, some jackets, a couple of pins and patches, some stickers. So go support the Eagles and also get some books signed, as well as getting some Road America gear. Lots of stuff happening down in the paddock area. The big white tent with the 30 Eagles displayed, we'll be getting them on track in just a few hours.
So Group 8, this is your final call to the grid. Group 8, final call to the grid. Group 8, final call to the grid. The Group 8 out on track at the moment. Second generation driver Jensen Wentenkamp out of the number 8. Out of Newton, Wisconsin, 92 Mazda Miata. His dad, a long-time mini sprint car competitor of mine, contemporary, at the Calumet County Speedway in Chilton, as well as around much of Wisconsin. And also part of the Ultramulch family of drivers. Lap 1 complete. Tom McGlynn across the stripe. Frank Boucher, Kellen Weinberger, Mark White, Bruce Boder, and Nick Clements, your top 5. Lisa Hansen also into the mix here as we go qualifying for Group 8 underway now. Couple minutes left here in this timing session for Group 8. Peter Cunningham in that Acura TSX. A 231.495. Mark White, the 935 Porsche 911. Second quick at 233.521. Lisa Hansen, quick this weekend as well in the 110, a 234.787. And a 234.831 for the 16 of Steve Grundahl in that green 1972 Porsche 911 out of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Cunningham, White, Hansen, Grundahl, your top four here in qualifying. Tom McGlynn, the 18. Craig Watkins, the 046. George F. Bellback in the 0. The 611 of Fritz Seidel. Joey Hish and Daniel Caggiano, your top 10. Travis Mjolnir, 11. And Filippo Reyna in the top 12. Group 8, Q3, final moments. Group 9 to the grid, please. Second call to the grid, Group 9. Group 9, this is the second call to the grid. Group 9, second call to the grid. Checkered flag is out here for Group 8. 5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 9. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 9. Final call to the grid, Group 9. Checkered flag is out here in Group 8. Peter Cunningham setting the pace. little bit of cleanup continuing over in turn 8, just on the entrance. Safety over there. Also have a car on pit lane that requires some assistance, so safety from 12 responding. So we've got a couple of different cleanup pickup points around the racetrack. But Group 9 next on the docket. Can hear those cars firing up on the grid. This session was originally scheduled for 11:20. It's 11:32, so we're only 12 minutes behind, where we were 45 minutes behind earlier in the day. So that's why we kind of condensed the schedule, and we always thank the competitors for assistance when we condense the schedule like this, because it's just rapid fire, in and out, in and out, in and out. So we certainly do appreciate the competitors' assistance trying to get this back on the schedule. And with the Group 9 up next and Group 10 to follow, we should get back to our schedule at 12:15 with Group 11 for pre-war track touring. And then our Eagle demonstration at 1:15 this afternoon. And the Eagle's Nest is a hopping place right now. A couple hundred people down there now just checking out all those Eagles. Gorgeous cars in the tent area. Just adjacent from us across the racetrack in the main paddock area. Great to see so many people checking out those beautiful looking race cars in the Eagle's Nest.
And there's so much to look at. 30 cars in total. I was down there, was only able to look at a couple of cars, spending a lot of time on each car looking at the different paint schemes, the different styles, the different wings, the different aero packages. Lots of stuff to look at. And a lot of the owners and friends and family of the cars are down there too, answering questions. So definitely the place to be, down in the heart of the paddock. Look for the giant white tent right in front of the paddock shop. And go check out those Eagles. They will be on track for their demonstration laps at 1:15, right after our lunch period. Lunch is slowly getting closer to us. A couple more qualifying 3 sessions left. We got 9, 10, and Group 11 left here. And then we go racing. Qualifying racing coming out at 1:40 p.m. with Group 1 historic stock cars.
So as the grid is being released for Group 9, Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid, please.
And the green flag flies for our Group 9 qualifying number 3 session. Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid. First flying lap's done for our Group 9 qualifying 3 session. Joel Niemak on top, followed by number 33, Lance Wiskerson, and number 3, Steve Anderson. Attention in the paddock, Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid. The number 16, Colin Comer, goes purple on his lap 4 with a time of 2:10.469. Colin Comer on top for this qualifying 3 session. Attention in the paddock. Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid. Looks like we got a slow-moving car coming down 5. Looks like they're going to pull off. We'll see if we can get a number on that. That was the number 13 of Rick Frang. We were hearing from the corner workers that he was potentially dropping some fuel from the rear. So he pulls off at the cutout of 5, and hopefully he can get that sorted out for our qualifying races. We got the qualifying races coming up at 1:40 with Group 1, the historic stock cars, right after the AAR Eagles demonstration session. 15 Eagles will be on track going around this 4-mile race course. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and I'm looking forward to it. Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid. The number 16, Colin Comer, still in that top spot, goes purple again on his 5th lap. Now at 2:09.189. Colin Comer, top spot. We got a car spun around in Canada corner. Looks like we'll stay green as they continue on their way. Didn't get a number on it. Looks like it was the 1-8. That's our 2nd place right now in this qualifying session. Joe Nemechek. But he has continued, no problems for him. Attention in the paddock. Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid, please. Our good friend number 77, Gunnar Frang, in the top 10 spot with a 217.368. Colin Comer still up top. And this qualifying 3 session for Group 9 will be winding down shortly. Only a couple of laps remaining for these competitors. And there is the checkered flag coming out now. We'll see if anybody can improve their time. Group 10, this is your final call to the grid. Group 10 to the grid, please. Next up, that Group 10 is Modern GT Challenge, Cup, IMSA GTU, GTO, GTX, and AAGT. Group 10 up next. Group 9 qualifying 3 session is now over. Colin Comer, number 16, in that first spot. Up next is Group 10, followed by Group 11 pre-war and early post-war. Then we have some track touring during our lunch period. And then we've been waiting, the Eagle demonstration session at 1:15. And then we go racing. Qualifying races coming up at 1:40 with Group 1 historic stock cars. But we got Group 10 Modern GT Challenge, Cup, IMSA, GTU, GTO, GTX, and AAGT up next. Group 10. Autograph session still happening in the paddock shop. David Hobbs, Bert Levy, Brian Redman signing their books. That is now until 2:30 in the paddock shop. So go get your autographs now. And they'll also be there tomorrow if you're not able to get down to the paddock shop today. Also, the Eagles merchandise is also in the paddock shop. I saw a couple of shirts, some cool jackets, a couple of pins and patches. And we're getting close to that lunchtime. What concession stand are you going to? I'm thinking maybe Antoinette's. Potentially the Gearbox. And we have Group 10. Group 10. With qualifying session 3. After Group 10, we have Group 11 pre-war, early post-war. And then it's our lunch session where we'll have some track touring. Followed by the AAR Eagle demonstration session. 15 of these historic race cars will be back on the track here at Road America. And we'll be able not only to see them, but also hear the different exhaust notes, see them go through our favorite turns. I'm excited to see them come down turn 5, and then watch them rise the hill coming up to start finish. But right now, Group 10 on track. In the heart of the paddock, look for the giant white tent. There are 30 Eagle vehicles under that tent on display. You could spend a lot of time down there. So many different eras, years, colors, schemes, packages. And they'll be on track here at 1:15 for their demonstration laps. Look for that white tent right in front of the paddock shop. And go take a look at those race cars. Group 10 just doing their out laps, and we'll give you some times once they complete their first flyer. Group 10, Road America. And green flag is out for our Group 10 Session 3 qualifying. This is Modern GT Challenge, Cup, IMSA GTU, GTO, GTX, and AAGT. It looks like we have a little bit of drama here on the opening lap. A spin right at 1. It was 5-5 green. Patrick Womack Looks like they've continued, so they should be fine. They're just going to need to take that long lap around Road America to get another flyer going, though. Not a good spot to have that spin, but good that they've continued and they can continue on the qualifying session. Flying laps happening now, and we'll give you times as we get them. Group 11, pre-war, early post-war, up next. Group 11 to the grid, please. Group 11 to the grid.
11 minutes gone by here in this Group 10 qualifying session. Group 11 up next at 12:15. Elias Del Toro, 221.984. 221.984. Anthony Stevens in the 194 at 228.4. And Jimmy McGlynn in the 110, a 228.513. Max Fedler in the 5, and the 288 is Seb Coppola in that Ferrari 458 challenge entry. Coppola just bumped into 4th around Fedler now. Got Danny Stewart in the Audi RS3 up to 8th quick. Kermit Upton 7th, by the way. Mike Fisher, the 21, and Dick York in the 41 in that Ferrari 360. That is your top 10 right now. As Jimmy McGlynn goes to P2 out of Naples, Florida, the 2005 Porsche 996 Cup entry. McGlynn, the 110, a 226.860. 226.860, second quick for Jimmy McGlynn in the 110. .37 of Brian Hunter, that 1991 Acura NSX. Glendale, Wisconsin. Brian Hunter, the 37. Just across the start-finish stripe. 6th quick right now at 236.62. But Elias De La Torre is still on top of the board. Just past 15 minutes. Coming up in the final waning moments of this qualifying session for Group 10.
And you can smell the brat smoke from here. I'm getting hungry. It's past noon. It's
lunchtime.
Time for lunch. We might need to start strategizing where we're going to go. Have you decided where you want to go? Potentially go to the Gearbox, Parker John's, Antoinette's. So many great places.
Pearls on the Hill.
Pearls on the Hills, of course.
Elkhart Lake Lines up on Fireman's Hill. Los Amigos down in Turn 1, part of the Family Fun Zone. Good chance to take your kids ages 12 and under down to Turn 1 to Los Amigos, get them a taco, and let them hang out with the Balloon Lady Jean.
Yeah, perfect time.
Out.
Perfect time for the family fun zone. Great place to run around. Lots of activities down there. Blow off some steam before we get ready for our qualifying races coming up right after our lunch period. But we have one more group, Group 11, pre-war.
Race fans, don't forget to make a pit stop at your local grocery's freezer as well to pick up the official pizza of Road America, Palermo's Pizza. Whether you choose Palermo's, Connie's, Screamin' Sicilian, or Urban Pie, it's sure to satisfy. Made in Wisconsin for over 55 years, Palermo's the official pizza of Road America and Wisconsin's hometown pizza as well. Checkered flag is out here in Group 10. The lunch break officially begins here at 12:15, and we are back on schedule for the 12:15 session, which is pre-war, early post-war. So this does allow our corner workers to get a little bit of a break from their tethered connection and get them a chance to get into a little bit of a lunch break. But track touring going to begin at 12:45, presented by Associated Bank this weekend. Track touring presented by Associated Bank coming up at 12:45, and at the conclusion of track touring, we'll get into the All-American Racers Eagle demonstration session at 1:15. So some of those cars over on the backside of that white tent going to fire up and get some laps coming up at 1:15. So we're looking forward to that. And then we get underway at 1:40 this afternoon. We go racing, qualifying races, starting with Group 1 up at 1:40 this afternoon. So one more qualifying session, pre-war, early post-war for Group 11 qualifying up next. So this is Group 11, and they're going to get the green flag right off of pit lane, and we're going to actually let them race around here for this qualifying race. Russell Lane, the 833, the 15 of Patrick Morse, the 26 of John Ulrich, the 8 of Marvin Premack, the 53 of Douglas Stewart, the 4 of Robert Weinstein, the 33 of Les Nadal, the 3 of Richard Morrison, the 62 of Brad Tank, Sanford Silverberg, the 19, Bill Putnam in the 24, the 5 of Hugh Ruthven, the 7 of Robert Ritholtz, the 237 of David Watts, the 36 of Louis Nathanshawn. Round out the field here. 17 cars. Abby Joseph in the 44, before we forget Abby.
Yeah, and we're racing, and what a great way to start off the races for this weekend with the original cars that started the racing.
So the drivers here in Group 11 elected to make this a race, and they wanted to race off of pit lane. So we made sure that they would not violate a blend line violation. So we made sure that that was clear with race control. And so this is a race underway. So there are some cars in the back of the grid that are clearly faster than those up front. So we may see some changes for position here. But we are racing here in the pre or early post-war race session here. And again, a 20-minute session.
The number 66 Rex Barrett starts in the back, and I'm sure he's going to make his way towards the front. So keep your eye on number 66 Rex. See him at a lot of our vintage events, and we know that he can be quick in his vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. Rex also joined us for the Vintage Indy weekend, which was kind of funny because this car is a race car. It is still actively used as a race car, as you can tell. And at the Vintage Indy event here back in June, he was one of the very few cars that was still standing on the gas and going faster than some of the modern day cars in the Vintage Indy event. And it's great to see that a race car of this vintage is still able to get up and moving around. It is a 1933 Ford Indy Special for the 66 of Rex Barrett. That's right, a 1933 race car. We are at 90, almost 90 years of age, almost 100 years of age.
Yeah, closer and closer.
It's crazy to think about that, but basically 11 years away from being a century mark old for that number 66 race car. 1933 Ford Indy Special. Got a couple cars from the 50s and 40s as well here. John Ulrich, the 26, 37 Buick V8 Special. Another one of those Indy-style roadsters. But Russell Lane in the MG TD. Patrick Morse, another MG. John Ulrich in that Buick Special. 49 Lester MG Special is the number 8 Marvin Premack. And we are underway racing here in Group 11. Track touring up at 12:45, and then we'll get to our Eagles to Fly coming up at 1:15 this afternoon. And race fans with some younger family members, kids ages 12 and under, don't forget to go to the Bank First Family Fun Zone, located down near Turn 1, near Los Amigos concession stand. Got the swings, got the jungle gym, got Jean the Balloon Lady, a coloring area, and a lot of fun for the kids. And that's at the Turn 1 concession stand, Los Amigos, on the outside of Turn 1, just south of the VIP tower. So if you've got kids ages 12 and under, why don't you head over there. Jean the Balloon Lady. Maybe make yourself a balloon giraffe or something cool.
Also in the paddock shop, we have some autograph session happening. Bert Levy, David Hobbs, Brian Redmond, signing their books and also telling some hilarious stories. So go check that out in the paddock shop along with the AAR Eagles merchandise. So get some t-shirts, some pins, some stickers. Great stuff in the paddock shop.
That's going on right now. Main Paddock Road, just west of Victory Lane. Just south of Victory Lane is the Eagles Nest. That Eagles Nest is going to get really busy in about half an hour's time or so. Coming up at 1:15, we're going to get the demonstration laps for some of these Eagles. They will get to fly. And the cars that are on the west side of the white tent, on the west side of the Eagles Nest, those cars will, if able, come on out to the racetrack and make some demonstration laps, including some very unique cars that have some very quick and fun history. And we'll tell you more about those Eagles during the demonstration laps, but we've got some time coming up. But at 1:15, the Eagles will fly here at Road America for the first time this weekend, and we'll get to do it again tomorrow as well at the tail end of lunch.
And then we have our qualifying races right after those demonstration laps from the Eagles at 1:40 with Group 1 historic stock cars. Group 11 pre-war still going through their race. Russell Lane currently leading. We've heard a report potentially over 100 miles an hour, potentially around turn 5.
Got at least one car that got up to fairly considerable cruising speed down through the Moraine sweep towards turn 5. Russell Lane, the 833, the 53 at Douglas Stewart. Marvin Premack, Brad Tank, Rex Barrett, your top 5 here in Group 11, race number 1.
And as I kind of predicted, Rex Barrett been slowly making his way up, and I'm assuming he'll get at least to the 4th, if not a podium spot for this pre-war race. Number 66, Rex Barrett.
And with the start of the pre-war event, we are back to scheduled time posted.
Hey, great job from our staff getting that schedule and getting everything back on our way from that fog delay for this morning.
Great to see so many race fans out though at the Eagles Nest. A lot of folks enjoying all of these race cars in the heart of the paddock area, but not just the Eagles Nest, but all over the 640-acre facility. Got a lot of campers here this weekend. Great to see the campgrounds filled up nicely. Rex Barrett across the stripe has now moved into the 4th spot now. So the 66
Here we come.
of Rex Barrett, 313.272 out of Roselle, Illinois. That 33 Ford Indy Special up to 4th quick now, or 4th in the race here, working from the back. Russell Lane still leading the way after 3 laps complete.
And white flag comes out for the number 833 of Russell Lane. Final lap here for our first race of the weekend. Kicking it off, the pre-war Group 11. We'll see the pre-war and early post-war tomorrow. It's basically the same time, right at noon. And we'll see if Rex Barrett can climb up to a podium spot. We'll see if Marvin Premack can hold on to the third spot. White flag coming out. If you were curious about lap times, the best lap from Russell Lane, our race leader, was 310.186. So almost to 3 minutes around this 4-mile course. But for these cars, they are booking. Your race leader, 833 Russell Lane, coming through Canada corner now. Looks like he's all alone.
Douglas Stewart in that 53 was running in the second spot. Last time through, Rex Barrett did get to the podium, but Barrett still about 2 seconds a lap slower than Russ Lane. So Lane maintaining a pretty significant gap of about 46 seconds back to second and third here on the final go-around. The 88 is Scott Larson at the start-finish stripe, as is the 44 of Abigail Joseph. And working Russell Lane up the hill here shortly.
Checker flag's out. And Russell Lane.
So now the race is on between the 53 and the 66 of Doug Stewart and Rex Barrett, respectfully. Rex Barrett does have about 4 seconds a lap faster on Douglas Stewart. So let's see if Rex Barrett can get to the second step on the podium here. But they are 40-plus seconds adrift of your race leader and the checkered flag of Russell Lane already out. So battle for that second spot between Barrett and Stewart. Brad Tank, Sanford Silverberg, the 19, Marvin Premack in 6th. That is your top 6 thus far here in race number 1 for Group 11.
And here comes that last group up the hill. And we'll see how this pre-war, our first race of the weekend, ends up shaking out for our podium. And Rex Barrett takes the second spot, followed by Douglas Stewart. Russ Lane, Rex Barrett, Douglas Stewart as your podium for this pre-war race. And it is now time for a track touring presented by Associated Bank and also our lunchtime.
We'll step aside here and come back to you with the All-American Eagle demonstration session coming up at 1:15 this afternoon. Cars back on track at 1:15. Track touring up next, presented by Associated Bank. David Homs, B.S. Levy, Brian Redmond still signing autographs inside the paddock shop till about 2:30 today. So make sure you head on over there. And we're about 5 minutes away from cars on track. Eagles going to fly. 11 Eagles are anticipated to run here in this demonstration lap on this Saturday. Well, race fans, it is the time that most of us have been waiting for all weekend long. It is time for the Eagles to fly from the nest. It is the Dan Gurney salute to the All-American Racing Eagles as they come onto the race course. So 11 cars from what we understand coming out. Dennis Firestone's number 75, powered by the small block Chevy. An Indianapolis driver making the 500. 1982 race, but a 1981 build for the All-American Racers Eagle. 8106 leading the field. The last car in line, the 46 of Jacques Dressang. That is the DCF, the Formula Ford, driven by Jacques Dressang. But Jacques not in that car for the demonstration laps. He's actually in the other car. But a lot of kind of unique things about that DCF, the 46. That car is still competing regularly. That car is still racing. Just one of 13 cars in that configuration. It is the DGF 005 Eagle, built in 1977.
And we saw him qualify yesterday, and that was really fun to watch. And we get to see these historic cars going under the Sargento Bridge right now. Turn 5, get ready, as these Eagles are making their way through 4 now.
Again, a couple of cars on course that are making their way around. The number 18, that is a 1972 Eagle serial number 7228, owned by Rick and Allison Dressang, driven by Jacques Dressang, and a few other possible guest drivers are possible, but if it's a yellow helmet, Jacques is behind the wheel of that one. But that is the car that in the 1974 Indianapolis 500, it was running third when it ran out of fuel. Driven by Johnny Parsons, Steve Krisloff, Alaquasto, Gary Irvin, John Mahler, Juan Carlos Balonis, Chip Mead, and Rick DeLorto. It is a Drake Offie engine, and it is restored to the way that it was in the 1973 Commander Motorhomes colors of root beer brown, competition orange, and white. That is the Commander Racing team that was owned by Mike Slater. In the 1973 California 500, it sidelined their prior chassis, which was the 7224, and this car was purchased to finish out the 73 season with Lloyd Ruby behind the wheel. Number 18, 1972 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 7228, the last car to leave the grid on this Saturday. And everybody that was underneath the tent for most of the morning has now made their way to the pit lane and to the front stretch. But these cars are something to behold. And what better way to get these cars underway on the demonstration laps, but then by bringing in Jason Burgess on the flag stand. The TireRack.com starters bridge, WeatherTech bridge as well, with a green flag and hand. Jason Burgess going to start things off for us from the start-finish stride.
And we're waiting for the cars to rise the hill. Can't wait to hear those exhaust sounds. Because of rain yesterday, we weren't able to see them on track, but today, for the first time, we get to see all of the Eagles at full song.
Eagles leaving the nest and ready to get the session officially underway.
Green flag?
With a green flag. couple of cars that we know are not going to be making laps, but thusly important to the history here of Dan Gurney's All-American Racers is the Mark III chassis 006. That is the 99 Eagle with the Toyota power plant. Still owned by Dan Gurney's All-American Racers. It is here. It is underneath the tent. Will not come trackside, but if you basically need to understand that this car in the 1993 IMSA season with P.J. Jones and Juan Manuel Fangio II, they won 10 out of the 11 races that season, including the 24 hours of Daytona, the 12 hours of Sebring, and the only racetrack where it failed to win was right here at Road America because they did not race that weekend. They did not race in the 1993 IMSA season at Road America. But that car was so dominant with P.J. Jones and Juan Manuel Fangio II. It was an unbelievable combination, not only from the engineering aspect and the sheer speed of the car, but P.J. Jones and Juan Manuel Fangio were amazing together in that car. You know, from a talent aspect, those were two of the best people to be behind the wheel of that car, and it was just the right pairing of drivers with that team at the time. And Jock's having a little bit of problems, it sounds like, with the with that number 18 special, making a little bit of popcorn, some mechanical woes, but trying to keep that car running. Another car that Jock had a hand in restoring was the 1972 All-American Racers Eagle, chassis 7225. That, of course, is the Donahue Sunoco 66, and everybody familiar with that car. It's owned by Kettle Moraine Preservation and Restoration. Purchased by Penske Racing in April of 1973 after Mark Donahue found himself 7 miles an hour off the pace with the team's McLaren during tire testing at the Speedway against the factory 7300 entries. Gurney sold Penske this car, and Donahue promptly qualified third with that car at Indianapolis. Gary Bentonhausen, Bill Simpson, Rick Mears, Steve Krisloff, and Bubby Jones all drove that chassis. This was Mears' rookie car in 1976 for Simpson Sugai Racing, earning Rocket the 1976 USAC Rookie of the Year honors at the Speedway, a Drake Offey power plant in chassis 7225. That is the 66, number 1972 Eagle, most familiar in the Donahue Sunoco colors. Get a whole bevy of different cars here. Of course, the chassis number 7404, owned by Miles Collier Collections at Revs Institute. The car that won the 1975 Indianapolis 500 for All-American Racers, with Bobby Unser driving here this weekend, restored to the day it was in May of 1975. AAR chassis won Indy 3 times in 1968, 1973, and 1975. And this was the only time the factory entry did win the 500. Powered by a Drake Offey engine, but the chassis 7404 in that sky blue, the Jorgensen Eagles, Jorgensen Steel. Those cars were just something to behold in the early 70s, early to mid 70s. Chuck Jones has his number 48, 1970 Eagle chassis 801. Dan Gurney's final Indy 500 entry in 1970. Started 11th, finished third, later raced by Bobby Unser. The Drake Offenhauser engine also powering that Olsenite Special, known by many as the Olsenite Eagle, but that was before the ground effects began in 1970. You also have the 1968 All-American Racers Eagle, serial number 405. Powered by the Ford Westlake small block. Also the Olsenite Eagle Special. Chassis 405. Just 2 years prior to Gurney's final 500 entry. The Austin's White House Menards 3M special, owned by Can-Am Cars Limited. Sold to John Menard's team for Wisconsinite Herm Johnson, powered by a small block Chevy. That is the number 28. That was the 1981 All-American Racers Eagle. Serial number 8104, also here this weekend.
And the checkered flag is going to come out for our next car by. And let's listen to those exhaust notes one last time as these Eagles make their way around this 4-mile course. All of these Eagles will be on display in the heart of the paddock, right next to the paddock shop. Look for the big, giant white tent. I was down there yesterday in the morning drinking my coffee, looking at the cars. I only got through about 5 of them because I was spending a lot of time on each car. So much history, so much to be learned, so many stories. And it's amazing to see them at full song here at Road America, coming down the straightaway, getting the checkered flag, and starting off our race day.
One of the cars just taking the checkered flag, the 92 T car, the Sport Eagle, owned by Mick Anderson, powered by a small block Chevy. It was bought by Firestone for Lloyd Ruby and the crew chief Mike Devon to run as part of Gene White Racing in 1973. But Firestone withdrew the support from White before the end of that 72 season. Ruby and Devon passed initially to Bruce Crower, then to Vels Parnelli Racing before they were put together with Mike Slater, president of Commander Motorhomes. Thus the legend born. Serial number 7224, the 92T car, 1972 Eagle. Of course, we'll get into more of these cars as we get into the weekend. We've got another demonstration tomorrow as well. Bobby Rahal has his car on display as well. Chassis 8106. Also a car that Jerry Grant drove. Had one of those Ford quad cam engines in it. Qualified for the 66 Indianapolis 500 in 13th position. Was classified in 11th. It was also used in the movie Winning, as Robert Wagner's 42 car became property of the Missioner Petroleum team for Johnny Rutherford. Car owned by Bobby Rahal now on display. It's the third car in from the very south end, back in the Eagle's nest. Did not leave the nest here for this session, but of course a legend on his own, Bobby Rahal, owning and bringing this Eagle to the show. And want to thank, while we have this opportunity, obviously in the paddock area, but want to thank all of the owners and certainly the men and women who prepare these cars. These are showroom, museum quality pieces that are here as living history of our sport. And it is a very rare occasion that some of these cars come out of their restoration museum showcases and are put on display. So a lot of respect must be given to all of those hands that touch these cars and maintain them in the current operating conditions that they're in, both visually and mechanically. And it's a tip of the hat to all of you out there near that Eagle's Nest right now, that these are your cars. We know that these are your pride and joy, and we are so very thankful that you brought your talents here to Road America for this Eagle reunion. It's very rare, but thank you very much.
Yeah, not only can we appreciate them just by looking at them under the tent in the paddock area, but also we get to hear them, and it's just so special, as it seems like our first session of these Eagles is winding down. And we're going racing here with our qualifying races. Group 1, historic stock cars, coming up next.
Group 1 to the grid, please. Group 1 to the grid, please. 10-minute call, Group 1.
So this morning we just finished our qualifying session 3, and now we're going into the qualifying races. Eric, what is the format with the qualifying races? Because we did just have 3 sessions of qualifying, so what are qualifying races?
Well, obviously, what these teams are really impacting for is those 3 sessions give them the ability to kind of spread across those 3 sessions. So if you have problems in one, you can kind of leverage your laps times in the qualifying sessions. But those 3 qualifying sessions give you your qualifying time for the qualifying races today. So now your finishing order doesn't really mean much, so to speak, in the race, other than some pride in the sprint races. But what it does is you're taking your fast lap out of that. That's what sets you up for success tomorrow for your feature race.
Or race day Sunday.
Race day Sunday tomorrow. Here at the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. And speaking of Brian, David Hobbs, and B.S. Levy are in the paddock shop until 2:30. So for about another hour or so at the paddock shop, still signing books and posters. You get some of Bert's audio books as well. But David Hobbs, Brian Redmond, and Bert Levy signing autographs over in the paddock shop for about another hour or so this afternoon. They'll do it again from 11 to 2:30 tomorrow as well. So if you miss them today, you can catch them tomorrow. And no matter how many times that you hear the same stories from those 3, it is still funny every time.
There's always something new. There's always another thing they remembered or a different way of telling the story.
Well, and just like fish stories, racing stories have a tendency to grow year by year, and so usually that's the case with those 3.
Right, the net gets a little bit bigger.
The net gets bigger.
The waves are a bit higher.
The fish gets a little heavier, a little longer, and those racing stories grow and get heavier with more emphasis on the impact. But those stories are always funny, regardless. But those 3, you put those 3 in the same room
right now.
In the paddock shop for another hour.
Next hour, you'll have another chance tomorrow.
Yep. But you put those 3 together, and hilarity usually ensues. Those guys are funny together. So we're going to go racing this afternoon. We are just about 5 minutes away, just a little more than 5 minutes away from going racing this afternoon. 1:40 is the start time. We're going to be pushed back a moment or two here, but 1:40 was the target. So we're about 3 minutes from the target. But it'll be a couple moments here, but we'll get these cars underway in Group 1, which is Modern Prototype Sports Racers. And obviously the qualifying race grid, the grids themselves are going to be a little bit shallow if you have the printed copy or through Race Hero, as we only took 6 cars in timing yesterday in qualifying 2. So the grids that were posted from that qualifying race grid, those times from Q3, obviously not into the mix. So we're going to have a few more cars this afternoon than we did yesterday in the setting up the qualifying race grid format in the first 2 qualifying sessions. So the Elkhart Lake Blue Chevrolet Corvette pace car will direct the field to pit lane, and we will release the grid and get going here at Road America here momentarily.
And welcome to everybody on the YouTube live stream. So glad we could bring this coverage to you, for you guys. And we're about to get racing for our qualifying races. Group 1, Historic Stock Cars, up next.
What's going to make this race a little interesting, Brian, is obviously we did have qualifying one, which was, in effect for many of these groups, kind of a washout, where only one or two cars kind of partook in the sessions early in the day yesterday. Afternoon qualifying session, you had maybe 10, 15 cars, and you've got kind of more than that in the field itself. So some of these cars that are in the back of the field are going to be a little bit jumbled up, that they may be faster than some of the cars that they're starting behind. So we know that Mark Brannon did not make the call in the 29. He had some mechanical woes in the third qualifying session this morning. Actually was assisted off by a flat toe earlier today. So Mark Brannon, that 29, that Elan 2008 Elan out of Paradise Valley, Arizona, had some problems this morning. Did not see the car on the grid. So it looks like this. James French from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, the 2001 Swift. That is the blue and fluorescent orange, number 46. He will start on the inside of the front row. On the outside, the 48 of Joel Quadracci in the Gas Monkey Garage. Orca 2011, the Orca 3. That is a PC car. Travis Engen, the 2005 Audi R8 LMP. The silver on red, number 2, Travis Engen. 21 of Jim Cope. And the 55 of George Crass, 45 of Brian French. That is the red and blue 1993 Ralt RT1. We'll start outside row 3. Jack Donnellan in the 9. David Bland in the 81. Steve Lisa out of Paradise Valley, Arizona. And the Norma will start the number 1 in the 9th spot. The 069 of Awais Sadiq out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin in the 2010 Lola B10. Randy Johnson in the 16 in the Pescarolo LMP. Tim Roberts in the 213 would be starting in the outside of row number 6. And did not see Mark Brannon, Charlie DePasquale, Tim Day, or David Porter. Those 4 cars did not trip the light coming off the grid, so I would imagine we will have 12 cars here in Group 1, Race 1, the qualifying race here from Road America.
And I'm excited to see number 48, Joel Quadracci. We've seen him in multiple cars and multiple classes, being extra quick around the track this weekend, even in the wet. So now that the race course is pretty much dry, we'll see how fast he can be and how competitive he can be against the Frenches.
So track temperatures fairly cool, 65 degrees ambient temperature. Imagine the track temperature is probably in the 85 to 90 degree range right now. No sunshine, so
it's cold out there.
It's gonna keep the track temperature itself, the surface temperature, much lower. These tires will appreciate that. Not very long on the races from a time standpoint. Our next group out of the gate is Group 2 at the 2:05 mark. So 2:05 start for Group 2. This is your, let's make it the 20-minute call to the grid. 20-minute call to the grid for Group 2. Pace car over in 11B and Kettle Bottoms. We'll get set to go racing. Always exciting, the first couple of races of the WeatherTech International Challenge weekend. Different configurations of cars, different engine notes. That's what makes this weekend unique. Obviously, a lot of these cars are of vintage age, of course, and there's some modern cars here as well within 5-6 years. But I tell you what, the sights and sounds of these cars, these are active race cars. Many of them have been racing here for 20, 30 years in some cases, and even longer than that in many more. And that's what makes this weekend very unique here at Road America, is just the history of the everyday garage mechanic bringing a race car to the racetrack. And that's what this is all about. You've got some professional race teams here. But in this situation, this is, a fun weekend. Just because of the diversity of all of the cars here.
And the weekend's just about to get even better because we're going racing. And the pace car pulls off onto pit lane. James French, Joel Quadracci rise the hill as they come to the starter's stand. Green flag, we're going racing.
Joel Quadracci jumps out to about a car length of advantage over James French as we work our way down into turn one. Quadracci by about 3 car lengths now. He'll make the right-hander at turn one. 4 car lengths separate French, and then Travis Engen in the 3rd spot. So that's what your podium looks like right now as we get underway here in Group 1. Group 2, second call to the grid. Group 2, second call to the grid. Group 2, to the grid, please.
Clean through 1. Leaders making their way under the Sargento Bridge.
And we know that Joel Quadracci's been fast with that number 48.
He's always fast, and we'll see him make a pretty big gap to start.
Yeah, but James French has a tendency to be very patient on the tires with that car. Jim Cope, Travis Engen, Brian French all into the mix, into the top 5. But Travis Engen in that Audi LMP. The red over silver out of Weston, Connecticut for Travis Engen. So Quadracci brings the field into turn 8 now underneath the Speedville Bridge.
Into the carousel, this long sweeping turn.
James French, of course, no stranger being in front of the field. Always a situation where he's typically the one that gets to pull away from the field. And Joel Quadracci on the loud pedal here at Road America on the opening round of Group 1's qualifying race. So we'll go straight through the numerical order, Group 1 through 10, in order here for your Saturday. Don't forget the Concourse d'Elegance from 6 to 8 o'clock tonight. Street cars on the streets of downtown Elkhart Lake. Same atmosphere as last night. Should be a great time. 6 to 8 tonight. The concourse in Elkhart Lake. Joel Quadracci across the stripe to lead lap 1. James French second quick. And second in the race here, Travis Engen. Brian French up into the 4th spot. Jim Cope, Randy Johnson, George Crass, Jack Donnellan. Steve Lisa. Steve Lisa actually up to 8th around Jack Donnellan at the stripe. David Bland, Awais Sadiq, Tim Roberts. The 12 cars have come across the stripe, completing lap number 1. So this is a 15-minute timed race. The 30 of Charlie DePasquale missed the call and is now rejoining the field late.
Better late than never. Eric, I don't want to scare it away, but that could potentially be the sun.
I'm glad you said it because yesterday I scared it away apparently, so I'm just going to leave that alone. I'll let you observe. But there is a shadow underneath the cars in the paddock area for a moment. But I don't.
Oh, let's. Yep. Well.
Quadracci continues to lead after lap 2. Had a 3.5 second advantage over James French. And that gap will not change much. Travis Engen, though, 9 seconds adrift of your leader. 5 seconds back from James French. Brian French, the red over blue, 45, Ralt. That is your top 4.
I'm seeing a waving yellow in 12. Not sure where the incident or why.
Looks like we may have a car over the tire barrier near the Road America schedule billboard.
Right by one of those new wood carvings.
Near the Eagle, fitting for the weekend.
Is that the Eagle?
That's the Eagle,
wow.
fitting for the
Perfect.
weekend.
We just saw all of the Eagles on course for the first time just a few moments ago, and that was incredible.
Looks like that driver getting the car rotated and trying to get it rolling in the proper direction. And there we go. So that car back underway here. Steve Lisa across the start-finish stripe up to the 6th spot, moving through the field. Joel Quadracci continues to lead. James French, Travis Engen, Brian French. Looks like the 16 of Randy Johnson has come to pit lane.
That might have been the car that spun in Canada Corner.
And that is the 2007 Pescarolo LMP. Out of Dallas, Texas is Randy Johnson.
Great to have everybody here on our YouTube live stream. Road America on YouTube.
Lee Milazzo in the 11 is a late arrival to the field out of
another?
St. John, Indiana.
Interesting.
That Riley Mark 12, or Mark 22 rather, is the precursor to the Daytona prototype era in Grand Am. That is a Riley. Just under 8 minutes to go. We're just at the halfway mark. Cross flags right now. Quadracci, your leader. French, James French second. Travis Engen, Brian French. That is your top three at the moment. So Sussex, Wisconsin's Joel Quadracci out front. James French, last time through, did a personal best at 2:01.753, about a tenth of a second faster than Joel Quadracci last time through. So French have a gap of about 5.8 seconds with 7 minutes remaining. Can James French try to catch Joel Quadracci? We start to see the balance of the tires fall off for that 48 after a couple of minutes, and James French tends to let those tires quickly and calmly come up to speed. James very diligent on the tires. We'll see if he can run down Joel Quadracci. Obviously, Quadracci might run into some traffic as well here at the back half of the pack at some point. Not sure if we've got enough time for that, but he does have a couple of lap cars, I do believe, in front of him. Steve Lisa still holding on to the 6th spot as he comes across the stripe. The 9 of Jack Donlin out of Chicago, Oklahoma, 2007 Lola B07. And Randy Johnson has taken that number 16 back to the paddock area. Was running in the 8th spot last time through. And now will start to fall through the bottom of the order.
this Group 1 on track right now. Tomorrow will be going at 1:30, so they will have some time. They won't be the first group on course like they are today, so any issues that they do have, they have a little bit more time to get those fixed and taken care of for the feature races tomorrow.
And a couple of drivers not making the call or late additions to the field. Trying to get some laps in here in this qualifying race. Again, our sprint races are considered qualifying races on Saturday. 15-minute laps the distance, or 15 minutes the distance, not under laps.
And
James French on pit lane. James French in the 46 on pit lane.
And that's going to put Travis Engen into second place. The number 2 is number 2.
And Travis about a second off of Joel Quadracci's pace on the best lap here in the race, a 2:01.3 to a 2:02.9. But last time through, Travis Engen was about 0.2 of a second faster, but is 17 seconds adrift to Joel Quadracci. So Quadracci out for a Saturday afternoon stroll here in Group 1. Again, third call to the grid, Group 2. Group 2, third call to the grid. Group 2, third call to the grid.
White flag displayed for Joel Quadracci. The final lap here for Group 1 Historic Stock Cars. Joel Quadracci, Travis Engen, James, we'll see when, probably will be Brian French, will be in the third spot. Unless James did a drive-through and went back out.
Yeah, the way that the timing loop is, likely James French retiring to the paddock area would have still been in front of Brian. There's Brian at the start-finish stripe. Should bump into third, so James will continue to tumble through the finishing order. Final lap for Joel Quadracci, Travis Engen, Brian French, your top three. Working lap number 7. 6 laps complete, 7 the distance. And Joel Quadracci making his way up the hill out of turn 14. And underneath the Quick Trip Bridge, checkered flag is out of the WeatherTech starter stand, and Joel Quadracci takes the qualifying race. Travis Engen should be the next to cross the line in the second spot. Some lap traffic between the two, but Joel Quadracci, your winner, qualifying race here on your Saturday. George Crass in the 2015 Ligier going to end up in 8th across the stripe at the checkered flag. And Quadracci had a 22-second advantage over Travis Engen. Engen just across the start-finish line out of Weston, Connecticut, the 2005 Audi R8 LMP. And waiting on Brian French, who is trailing by about 40 seconds. And French across the line. That'll be your podium. Quadracci, Engen, Brian French, your top three here in Group 1.
And race fans, this is your last chance to get your autographs in the paddock shop. Brian Redmond, Bert Levy, and Hobbs down in there, all having a good time. 30 more minutes left to get these autographs. They will be doing another autograph session tomorrow, so if you can't do it today, you'll have another opportunity tomorrow to get your autographs. They're in the paddock shop now. In the paddock shop, along with great Road America gear, is the AAR Eagles merchandise too. T-shirts, hats, all sorts of cool stuff. So go check it out in the paddock shop. Also, right next to the paddock shop, a massive white tent with 30 Eagles displayed under it. Some of them were just on the racetrack a little bit ago. Tomorrow, we'll get more cars from the Eagles group on track. And that will be at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Next group up is group number 2. Vintage production cars, sedans, and modifieds. Group 2 up next. Also, the Family Fun Zone in Turn 1 open for one more hour. A perfect place to let your kids run around and explore, burn off some energy. As we get into these qualifying races, up next, Group 2. Group 2 up next. Group 2 moving down pit lane behind the Elkhart Lake Blue C8 Corvette. Group 2, vintage production cars, sedans, and modified. This is a 15-minute timed sprint race. And going down your lineup, number 15, Brian Davis. Number 74, Scott Schmidt. In third spot, George F. Ballbach. We'll hear his name a lot throughout the weekend. Number 3, Joel Weinberger. Number 1, James Jackson. Number 27, Kent Prather. Number 8, Nick Clements. Number 72, Robert Van Zels. Number 73, Matthew Gottsinger. Number 70, Randall Alexander. Number 103, Michael Manser. Number 106, Scott McQueen. Number 901, Justin Johnson. Number 42, Russell McMullen. Number 44, Jim DeCenti. Number 202, Aline Wetzel. Number 17, David Brown. Number 51, Frank Butcher. Number 250, Chris Nussbaum. Number 138, Don Onderjack. Number 10, Brad Tank. Number 622, Jeff Lombard. Number 1, Alan Tom. And 123, Joe Barberder. Number 57, Richard Stather. Number 76, Bob Clark. Number 144, Alex Schletzer. Number 119, Terry Davis. Number 12, Jake Miller. Number 33, Dan Powell. Number 41, Michael Silverman. Number 34, Evan Hobeck. And number 43, Josh Helm. 33 cars in total. Brian Davis, number 15, on the pole position, will be getting the green flag when they rise the hill at 14. Right now they're on turn number 6, coming into 8 soon. This is group number 2. Vintage production cars, sedans, and modifies, group 2. And if you look carefully enough, there is a blue sky trying to peek its way through the clouds.
You know, I said that yesterday, Brian, and scared it away. I'm just saying.
You are a little scary, Eric.
Well, yeah. Face made for radio. I know. I know. I've lived that my entire life.
But after the rain yesterday, the fog this morning, I'm ready for some sunshine. Ready for a little bit of sun.
I think those race fans that are along the fence line are looking for some sunshine, too. Entering Speedville into the carousel. working their way up through Thunder Valley. And at the Fly Green Bay billboard, the Chevrolet Corvette pace car in Elkhart Lake Blue will dive to the Chevrolet pit lane with lights out as the field comes up the hill 2 by 2. Pace car on pit lane. Brian, looks like we've got a good field shaping up here as they come underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
Davis Schmidt about to take that green flag and lead us into turn 1. Green flag in the air, and we're racing.
Bob Koski at the controls of the green flag, and Davis and Schmidt jump to the early lead. They get back into line. Schmidt wisely ducks behind Davis. Davis going to swing wide into turn 1, and there we'll get into the first corner at speed. And Schmidt has to close the door on George Ballback, the bathtub Porsche. At number 0 machine, the AH Sprite.
Looks like everyone making it clean through 1 down the hill, going to Sargento.
The Sprite of Schmidt settles into the second spot behind the Elva of Brian Davis. Davis notoriously fast in that Elva Courier. Out of Mequon, Wisconsin, Lawrence, Kansas for Scott Schmidt, and Lake Bluff, Illinois for George F. Ballback in that kind of mute green, number 0.
They're coming into turn 5, the heavy braking zone, and one of the best passing opportunities for these competitors.
Ballback looks to the inside of Schmidt, right on the back bumper, as they make their way up the drag race to the hill to Corvette Bridge. At 6, Davis by about 5 car lengths. Ballback about a car length and a half off of Schmidt. So Scott Schmidt holding station into the second spot. Now, keep in mind that these qualifying races, the way that we're kind of calling them is the way that they're running on the racetrack. Of course, within these, there are several different battles for position in group. So you have Brian Davis leading a VCP class, Scott Schmidt in VFP, George Ballback and Joel Weinberger second and third in VCP. And then, so there's different classes within each group. So the way that we're calling these races right now is strictly on the racetrack, as it were, for the overall standings here. But Davis, Schmidt, and Ballback, your top 3 in the podium for the overall race. But then you've got your class battles as well. Those class battles are going to be important come tomorrow during the feature race as well.
Race leader coming to Canada corner for the first time. Makes it through cleanly. "15-minute timed race.
13 minutes to go, 13 and a half to go here.
Oh, we have looks like there was a spin there at 12. And yep, parked right by that Eagle carving that we were mentioning before.
And I believe that is
106.
The 106 car. Scott McQueen out of Minneapolis. That is the Austin Healy. So Scott McQueen.
Looked like he might have went wide and then overcorrected trying to come back onto the racetrack. Maybe avoided some contact, and now he is stranded there right under the Road America sign.
Easy to do on the exit of turn 12. Clip the rumble strips on the inside, bounce to the outside, get your left rear onto the gators, and loop the car around at throttle.
Heavy braking, and then you hit the gas and you try to get position, and just gets away from you. Number 15, Brian Davis, first place, coming into 5. Oh, battle for second.
Scott Schmidt under pressure from George F. Ballback. Ballback on the outside, going the long way around, and has it.
And let's see if they can get the up and under, and
Scott Schmidt right on the back bumper of Ballback underneath the Corvette Bridge, but George F. Ballback, that 0 bathtub Porsche, now up to that second spot around Scott Schmidt in the 74 in the Sprite Mark II.
And I'm sure Davis likes seeing them battle behind him, as he's getting a very, very large lead here. And here's could be another pass at 8. Decides better if it ducks back in. Scott Schmidt decides he will get him on another corner coming into the carousel. Safety at turn 12, and there's another car off at 14 in the sand trap.
And it looks like fairly deep into the kitty litter.
Yeah, I don't think
right
he'll
up
be able
against
to
the
get
fence.
that out, even if he does get back to power. So he's going to be stuck there. Interesting spot. We'll see what race control decides to do with that racer. No number yet. But it looks like a great battle for second place. Shaping up here. See the safety vehicle there in Canada.
So waving yellow at 12, still with safety boots on the ground.
Oh,
at
another
12.
spin. Is that a race leader?
That is Brian Davis, in fact, in turn 14.
Davis spins around at 14.
Right in front of George
And here comes
Ballback.
Ballbach.
And the field now in front of Davis. Davis is going to drop back to
And he
fourth, maybe
rejoins.
fifth.
He loses another spot.
Jack-
Oh, another spin.
Turn 14th
Oh.
in the active spot here.
Well, let's hope there's not maybe some fluid down there from that previous car, maybe. That's two spins on that lead group there, and we have a new race leader, Ballbach.
Scott Schmidt. So now that pass going into turn 5 for the race lead last time through. And watching a couple of cars now
It seems
on the
14.
exit of 14. 14 happens to be the trouble spot here.
And here comes safety responding to that car in 14 in the gravel trap. Race leaders coming down. Ballbach at 3. Might be another pass here for second place. This is going to be a very interesting race after that spin. Davis had such a commanding lead, and now it's a 6-way battle for potentially the podium.
Yeah, so James Jackson, Ken Prather also able to get around Brian Davis before the start-finish stripe. So Davis dropped from first to sixth with the spin. He was lucky he stayed in the grass right next to the racetrack. It was a fairly harmless spin physically, but
it's great work by him to just be safe. There's that other competitor down there, so safety first, and glad he was able to get back on track and get going. So he still has a shot. He's not out of it yet.
And Davis, we know, is quite a bit faster than
He'll-
third and fourth. So I'd imagine Davis may still get to the podium in the overall finish here. But George Ballback leading the way in VCP, Scott Schmidt leading in VFP, Weinberger and Jackson would be the top 3 in VCP. And then
here's another pass.
Russ McMillan would lead in VEP, and Jim Dentisi leading in SSD. So you've got a couple of different classes within this modified coupes and sedans, Group 2.
And we're probably going to see a couple passes here coming into Canada corner. Ballbach in the lead. He's definitely made a pretty big gap, and they're grouping up here into Canada. We'll see if they decide to make any passes here.
So Ballback kind of pulling away here from, looks like Davis back to the second spot there.
Davis not giving up.
We know that Davis had a much faster car than Weinberger and Jackson for sure in the qualifying efforts, but Ballback, a 2:45.214, his best lap in lap 2 there.
Nothing they can really do here in 14 while that emergency vehicle is responding.
So that is a no passing zone. So obviously everyone will have to mind their manners as they work through turn 14. Now the leaders start to snake up and down the hill underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
And let's see how fast Davis actually is here as they go down this straightaway into 1.
Davis within 4 car lengths as they head nose to tail, and Ballback moves over
Catching
to
up with
driver's
Ballback.
right. Yeah, Davis going to look to the outside here in the front straightaway. Brian Davis going the long way around into turn 1. Davis shuts the door on George F. Ballback.
Oh,
Davis
little
back
wide
to the
left.
point.
And yeah, he's going to retake that lead after that spin in 14, giving up 5 or 6 positions, and now he's back in first. Has a fast car out there this weekend. Ballbach's not giving up though. He's right on his tail. I think 5 will be an interesting zone as we have almost a 4-way battle for third.
You know, Scott Schmidt, James Jackson were pretty quick, respectfully, in the Q2 session yesterday afternoon, even in the kind of drizzle conditions. In the track was still dry, but the mist was in the air. And Scott Schmidt and Joel Weinberger kind of holding on to third and fourth right now. But James Jackson kind of into that mix as well with Scott Schmidt yesterday. Checkered flag going to come out here.
Davis.
Brian Davis.
Looks like the incident down in 14 might have dripped a little bit of fluid on the course. We did see a couple of spins. I don't know if that was related or not in 14, but there might be some cleanup that's going to have to be done, so they're cutting this race by just a couple laps. They were out there for almost 12 minutes there, so they would have only gotten one or two more in. So just to make sure we stay on race schedule, checker flag comes out. Brian Davis, after that big spin in 14, losing a couple positions, battles his way back, passing Ballbach. Davis, Ballbach, Weinberger for your Group 2 qualifying race.
So Brian Davis in C Production, Vintage C Production. Davis, Ballback, and Weinberger were the top three overall in the race, top three in VCP. Scott Schmidt leading the way in VFP. And then Jim Dentisi, 10th overall, leader in SSD. Alan Tom in B Sedan, Vintage B Sedans. Alan Tom in that Alfa Romeo Giulia, leading the way there in class. So a great run for Group 2. Unfortunately, a little bit too much entertainment of the bad kind for a couple of drivers in turn 14. Don't ever want to see anybody spin off or have a mechanical woe, but that is certainly what we saw in turn 14. So.
Yeah, there was multiple cars spinning there at 14. We saw two there, and then off camera there was another 2 or 3 cars, so definitely some sort of fluid down that we're going to have to get cleaned up.
And certainly track inspection forthcoming here. So the checker flag coming out just a tad bit early. At about 12 minutes into this one, so about 3 minutes early, so roughly about a lap or two early. Group 3, this is your 5-minute call to the grid. Group 3, 5-minute call to the grid. Group 3, final call, 5-minute call to the grid. Group 3. Group 3 to the grid, please. So going to be a couple of minutes, folks. Looks like we've got some fluid to clean up. So we've asked our corner workers to have a moment to take a drink of water, have a seat at their corner station, but likely as the rest of the field comes to pit lane, we'll have a little bit of a cleanup time here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Don't forget you can use the Race Hero or Race Monitor apps. Race Hero free, Race Monitor is a paid subscription. But Race Hero, live timing, results, schedules, and entries, grid sheets, and much more. You can download for free Race Hero at the App Store. Just click on the QR code on the screen. If you're watching some TVs around the facility, just get your camera out, click on the QR code, download Race Hero for live timing, results, schedules, entries, and grids all weekend long here at the WeatherTech International Challenge. Group 3 on track right now after a little bit of a delay for the cleanup for the oil down at turn 14. Everything looks copacetic. Brian Garcia, the number 11, will lead the field to the green. The 62 at Tom Shelton in the 65 Lola T70. Craig Bennett in the 111 out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan in the 56 Devon. Brian DeFore in the 81 out of Ooltewah, Tennessee in the 70 Lola T70. David Putz in the 8, the 124 of Doc Bundy, the 10 of James Cullen, the 66 of Steve Steers out of Lake Forest, Illinois in the Echidna. John Safro in the 12, Bill Trefford the 24, Paul Joyot in the 7, the 19 of Anthony Lisa, David Jacobs the 91, the 2 of Philip Taxman, the 65 of Michael Silverman, and the 906 of Justin Pauly. That is your field here for Group 3 for the qualifying race. Garcia, Shelton, Bennett, DeFore, Putz, Bundy, Cullen, Steers, Safro, Trefford, your first 5 rows. We'll bring him to green next time by. Safety car lights out at turn 14 here for Group 3. First call to the grid for Group 4 for the 255 session. Group 4, this is your first call to the grid. Group 4, first call to the grid. Garcia, Shelton, Bennett, Byron DeFore, Putz, Bundy, Cullen, Steers, Safro, Trefford, Joyot, Lisa, Jacobs, and the rest will come 2 by 2 underneath the Quick Trip Bridge. Green flag is out. We're underway, Group 3. Craig Bennett in the 111. Byron DeFore, Doc Bundy, David Putz, James Cullen, Steve Steers, Bill Trefford. So the field circulating now into Speedville, into the carousel for the first time here for Group 3. Working their way down the backside of the racecourse underneath the Henry Repeating Arms Bridge into the kink and the Kettle Bottoms. Working their way towards Canada Corner for the first time. Group 3, Group 4. Again, first call to the grid. Group 4, Group 4. To the grid, please. Group 4, to the grid, please. Leaders now working on the exit of 14, trying to avoid the oil dry on the just to the outside of the racing line. And that is Craig Bennett in the Devon. James Cullen in the 10, that 68 Lola T70. So the 10 of James Cullen up to second, the 81 of Byron DeFour, another Lola T70. Brian Garcia fourth in the Cheetah. So it's Bennett, Cullen, DeFour, Garcia, and then the 124, the blue Lotus 23B. That is Doc Bundy. David Putz in the 72 Chevron, your top six. Tom Shelton, Steve Steers, Safra, Bill Treppert. But Craig Bennett leading the way in that 111, the 1956 Devon out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Group 3 qualifying race underway. 15 minutes the distance in these qualifying races. Group 4 up next. Technically, this is a 10-minute call to the slated scheduled time. So Group 4, it is technically 10 minutes to the grid. A little behind after the oil cleanup, after Group 2. Working lap number 2 now for Craig Bennett, James Cullen, Byron DeFour, your top three here. The 124 Doc Bundy trying to hang on to the tail of that Cheetah of Brian Garcia. Working nose to tail. And starting to drop off from the lead group here into turn 12. David Putz in the Chevron in that 6th spot. Exit of 14, leaders into the kitty litter. Crossing across the straightaway, nose to tail as they rise the hill. Cullen knocking on Brian Garcia's door now. James Cullen within 0.3 of a second. Tom Shelton, the 62, the fastest lap of the race so far. So Tom Shelton in the 62, third out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and that Lola T70 Special. Tom Shelton, the 62, chasing down James Cullen and Brian Garcia. That was the 91 of David Jacobs going for a spin over in turn 14. Made a little bit of contact with the tire barrier. David Jacobs retires that 91 machine to the paddock area. Brian Garcia. James Cullen, Tom Shelton, Craig Bennett. Now, timing and scoring has us a little confused here. We've got the 11 and the 111. They look very similar between the Cheetah and the Devon. And now they've got Craig Bennett slotted and moved into the 4th spot. So Garcia out front. After 2 laps. We'll check it again as they come through here on lap 3. And that is indeed Brian Garcia, the Cheetah, out front. James Cullen, Tom Shelton. .111 to Craig Bennett, the Devon. So Brian Garcia now leading the way, the Cheetah out front. David Putz holding on to the 6th spot. Steve Steers the next one to cross the line. And Tom Shelton going off in turn 3. That is the 62 of Tom Shelton. And the Lola, that is your 3rd place car, is going around in turn 3, off into the gravel. And it looks like the front of the car is nosed up onto the grass, but the rear is dug in to the back half of the gravel trap. So likely need to send safety out to assist Tom Shelton in that 62 machine at turn 3. Pretty common situation coming down. Got to misjudge the brakes a little bit. Easy to overcook turn 3. Turn 5, turn 6, turn 8, turn 14. There's a real, the flow of this racetrack is as such that when you're on, and you can hit the rhythm, and this racetrack does have a rhythm and flow, but it's real easy to try to push the car a little bit harder when you're chasing a rabbit sometimes, and you miss your braking point by about 15 feet, and that could end in disaster. And we've kind of seen that with Tom Shelton here as he misjudged turn 3 and is over, parked in the gravel. Michael Silverman making a little bit of popcorn out of Scottsdale, Arizona in the Echidna. That 65 machine sounds a little rough here on the main straight, crossing the start-finish stripe. James Cullen now 3 seconds off of Brian Garcia's lead in the Cheetah. Up to 3rd is the 111 of Craig Bennett in the Devon. Doc Bundy up to 4th in the 124. And Bundy across the stripe. David Putz up to 5th. Out of Pewaukee, Wisconsin, that 72 Chevron B21. Brian Garcia out front. Roughly about 10 minutes in, so about 4 minutes to go here in Group 3. Checkered flag going to come out for Brian Garcia this time through. Garcia, Craig Bennett, David Putz, Doc Bundy. We lost James Cullen. Back to the 5th spot, completing lap 5. Paul Joya, Steve Steers, John Savro, Anthony Lisa, Philip Taxman. And the Echidna Michael Silverman still making popcorn. Trying to keep the Echidna running. So we'll get the checkered flag this time through. Garcia working through Thunder Valley up the hill on the right, left, right to the braking zone at 14. And Garcia turns and slides, drifting through turn 14 with a commanding lead. Hanging the left rear out for Brian Garcia out of St. Charles, Illinois. That Cheetah. And the Cheetah runs away from the field here in the qualifying race. Brian Garcia, your winner here in Group 3. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 4. 5-minute call to the grid, Group 4. Group 4, this is your 5-minute call to the grid. All right, pace lap underway for Group 4. A little bit of a cleanup over in Turn 3 for Tom Shelton, 62. Apparently something broke on the front of the car and had to put that on the rollback, so it took a little bit longer to clean up. So another couple minutes bump back here in the schedule between Groups 3 and 4. Group 4 underway for pace laps. Joe Conway in the number 6 in the 1993 Van Diemen out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Fletcher Belt, the 39, out of Bull Valley, Illinois. Pierce Rader in the 68 out of River Forest, Illinois, in the Lotus 69B. Steve Grundle in the 4, the 35 of Jeff Gherkin, the 1 of Travis Engen. Bill Welschlager in the 3, Mike Popp in the 13, Paul Lysick in the 07, Robert Burnside the 8, Tom Pixley in the 7, Dan Caudry in the 38, Roland Johnson in the 63 machine, Ken Baum the 97, Jeffrey Schlitch in the 36, the 155 of Josh Wilson, the 22 of Jesse Jurgensen, the 414 of Chris Araganti, 46 of Jack Jersang, the 66 of Brett Gann, the 127 of Dan Aarons, 10 of Roger Carnop, 85 of Demetrius Konstantinidis out of Chicago in that Lola T640. That is your field here in Group 4 that have come across the timing stripe.
And I don't think we can scare it away this time, Eric. I think the sun is finally here, and I'm going to say it's going to be here to stay, but you know what happens when I predict the weather.
Well, I figure if you can be wrong 50% of the time on TV, we can be wrong 50% of the time too, right? So we'll take the sun. We'll take it any way we can get it this weekend. It's been a damp start to the weekend, but should be a fantastic finish. The WeatherTech, TireRack.com Starters Bridge. Bob Koski at the helm of this one. And we are ready to get this field packed up. And looks like we're at Canada Corner for this Group 4 pace lap. Don't forget the concourse delegates for sports cars, street cars tonight. Lined up on the streets of Elkhart Lake from 6 to 8 tonight. If you're headed into Elkhart Lake, enjoy. It was a great night last night for the race car parade. It was spectacular.
Lots of people down there.
Just amazing how many people were down there. It was great turnout last night on the streets of Elkhart Lake. Looking to do the same thing again tonight. Safety car lights are out at 14. Again, still have that speedy dry, the oil kitty litter on the racetrack from Group 2 yet, but that's worn in, and now the field will kind of straddle it as we get set to get the pace car onto pit lane. It dives onto the Chevrolet pit lane for that Elkhart Lake Blue Corvette. The field 2x2 at the helm. 44 Joel Quadracci out there too. Green flag is out. Joel Quadracci with the early lead. Fletcher Belt on the outside. Quadracci, that Brabham BT29 on the pole, leading them down into turn 1. And Quadracci scampers away by about 5 car lengths into turn 1. So far clean through turn 1 across the Aaron's Tunnel, down into turn 3. 2x2, middle of the pack yet. So far clean and green. Working their way underneath the Sargento Bridge and towards turn 5 for the first time here in Group 5. Or Group 4, rather. Group 5, first call to the grid. Group 5, first call to the grid. Group 5, first call to the grid. Quadracci had about a 10 car length advantage into turn 5, and that braking zone narrowed up dramatically. Fletcher Belt right on the gearbox. Now Joel Quadracci at the top of the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge as they work their way into Hurry Downs. On the exit of 7, Quadracci pulling away.
Let's see if anybody decides to make a pass here at 8. Oh, going on the inside.
That is Pierce Rader and Jeff Gherkin, it looks like. Maybe Steve Grundle into the mix.
Leaders into the carousel. Quadracci's still in the lead.
Working the backside of the racetrack. Again, this is one of those areas of the racetrack. These cars, very narrow tires, so they will dance around a bit. And when you get to the kink, it's one where you want to float the throttle, but you need to keep the hammer down because these cars will kind of upset themselves without the assistance of the aero package with these Formula Vs. And so you need to kind of just keep your momentum going. You don't want to upset the balance of the car and get a weight transfer. You get that car in a weight transfer situation, and it'll loop the car around. So turn 11, the danger spot with the skinny tires. No aero dependence on these cars as well. We complete lap number 1 underneath the Quick Trip Bridge here on the Road America Straight, completing lap number 1.
Joel Quadracci with a time of 2:25.502. Makes his way to turn 1. Looks like we'll have a nice battle here for third place between Fletcher Belt and Pierce Rader.
Fletcher Belt going to have that red car, the 68 Pierce Rader, that maroon over silver car. Pierce always fast here at Road America as well.
Of course, under Sargento, turn 5. A very good opportunity to get a pass. Either it's braking a little bit late, braking early. We'll see that under maneuver countered by an over under the Corvette bridge. But Joel Quadracci in the lead, showing him the fast way around. And this is going to be a very interesting battle for the third spot of the podium, and a good battle in 4th and 5th. Steve Grundle and the number 3 Billy Walshinger. Back through the carousel.
Dan Aarons in the 127, running 23rd out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. That Crosley 32F. Aarons may have a little bit of a front bumper issue on that car. Keeping an eye on that is our corner net.
Potentially we'll have to pit and maybe he can get that fixed and can get back out there. We'll see how much that is flopping and moving around.
That is the 35 of Jeff Gherkin now trailing Joel Quadracci. Quadracci 223.4 to Gherkin's 222.3 out of Liberty Lake, Washington. Jeff Gherkin with a little bit more aero help than the Formula V of Quadracci. Battle for the top spot. And Gherkin has gone around Joel Quadracci. Fletcher Belt still holds to the 3rd spot. Pierce Rader 4th. Steve Grundle 5th. Again, the Formula Vs have no aero help, where the 35 of Gherkin and the 39 of Fletcher Belt, and those cars have wings, which will help them make some downforce here in the corners.
And without that, without the big aero packages, the draft is completely different as well. So, and you look at a competitor like Joel Quadracci that's racing with multiple cars and different classes and different configurations. Very impressed with Joel Quadracci this weekend. Really, really fast. Looks like there's a pass for 3rd there. Coming into turn 8, we'll see if there will be a braking duel, and another pass at 8, and a recounter going into Canada, or going into the carousel. Joel's not letting Gherkin get away, staying right with him. And the battle for 3rd place is going to be interesting here with only a few more laps to go. We are 7 minutes in, so every lap counts. And the battle for third shaping up as they come through 14 up the hill. Completing their third lap. And we'll see what the order is. Gherkin, Quadracci, Grundle. Coldwell-Rachi takes the lead in 5, going up to turn 6. That battle for third. Grundle currently leading. Fletcher Belt, Pierce Rader, all wanting that spot. I'm wondering if Gorkin decided maybe he wants to be second place coming into the last couple laps.
Gherkin has a little bit more draft effect down the straightaway. Grundle has moved into the third spot around Fletcher Belt. Pierce Rader to 5th. Quadracci in the 44. Your leader at the line, but Gherkin looking to the inside into turn 1. And Gherkin back to the point as they work into turn 3. And now head underneath the Sargento Bridge. 10 minutes into this, less than 5 remaining here in Group 4. Group 5, second call to the grid. Group 5, second call to the grid. Group 5, second call to the grid.
And a pass for the lead into turn 8. On the outside, loops back into Canada, too wide.
Through turn 10 on the exit, towards the kink for Quadracci and Gherkin. And Gherkin seemed like he moved Quadracci over to the driver's left, right at the Speedville Bridge.
Seems to have maybe lost a little bit of pace as well.
Local yellow waving into Kettle Bottoms, coming into Canada.
Nope, slow-moving car. He's getting to the inside there, trying to get off the race line, letting these racers get past. But no passing opportunities to be had.
It looks like that car will roll to a stop in the grass to driver's right, just past the apex at 12. So the field and leaders stream through.
And it looks like this battle for third is still going strong and coming around 14 up the hill.
Grundle and Fletcher Belt and Pierce Rader, white flag.
White flag, yep. Last lap.
Side by side is Grundle and Pierce Raider. Pierce Raider up to third. Grundle back to fourth by a nose. So Gherkin, Quadracci, Pierce Raider, Steve Grundle, your top four. Fletcher Belt fifth. Bill Walschlager sixth. Paul Lisek in seventh. Travis Engen fourth. Waiting on Travis Engen. Top seven have clipped across the line. There is Travis Engen for eighth. Completing lap 5, working the final lap. 6 laps the distance.
Emergency vehicle in 5. Takes away one of the passing opportunities. Up the hill under the Corvette bridge. It's going to come down to turn 8, turn 12, and then the drag race up the hill. Pass on the inside. There was a slow-moving car in turn 12. I think it's still green through there. We'll see when the cameras get to it. Now it looks like there is still a yellow flag there in Canada corner, so no, that passing opportunity is going to be taken away. So it's going to come down to the drag race. Your race leader, Jeff Gherkin, coming up the hill. We'll see the checkered flag. And let's see what that battle is for third, fourth, and fifth. Third, Grundle. Fourth, the number 3. And in 5th place, 68, Pierce Raider. What a great battle there for the last spot on the podium in these qualifying races. Next group up is group number 5. Group number 5. This is your final call to the grid. Group number 5. Historic sports racers, Can-Am and Prototype. Up next, group 5.
Split start here in Group 5. This is the Can-Am GTP Historic Sports Racer here in Group 5. Greg Borland in the 16. That is the Shadow here out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Jeff Miller also out of Elkhart Lake in that 77 Lola T496 with the Kohler two-stroke power. Joel Weinberger in the 33. Nick Griot in the Puyallup, Washington 68 McLaren. Justin Frick in the 09. Richard Griot out of Milton, Washington in a 68 McLaren. Jake Jacobs in the 3. Josh Bowler, the 119. Mitchell Idle in the 62. John Boxhorn in the 127. Vince Chelmland in the 15. The 8 of Jim Farrell. The 60 of Tony Carbonzano. Ron Pace in the 6. The other Kohler two-stroke. Chip Halverson in the 93 Chevron. The 27 of Walter Vollerath in the 1972 Team 290 Lola. Jason Miller in the 101 Shadow. John Gayden, the 3rd Kohler-powered two-stroke out of Wind Lake, Wisconsin. Jim Cope in the 50. Fritz Seidel, the 02. Skip Pfeffer in the 98. Johnny Canavis, the 17 of Joel Quadracci. The 31 of Avery Stuckert. Andrew Myers in the 51. The 262 of Kevin Leparsky. Ralph Lamacchia in the 7. Fritz Seidel Jr. in the 181. The 167 of John Quadracci. The 76 of Jerry Edquist. The 34 of Glenn Bryant. 40 of Rhett Merriman. Jim Chanel in the 14. Jeff Schur, the 1. Gary Gould and Ben Myers. Charles Duncan, the 3 cars that did not make the start. And I do believe that there was a 4th car, middle of the group, that did not come to the front either. Split start here as the first pace car down at Canada Corner. Soundhouse, you can keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse Safe is Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Don't forget to visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at a nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. Safety car onto the Chevrolet pit lane. Jeff Miller will bring them down in the 0. Green flag is out here for group number 5 for the first half of the field. A slow start for the 4. Off the pace, just slightly here in the front half.
And here comes the second group of the split start. Rising the hill now, waiting on that green flag. And there it is, green, green, green for the second group. And we'll see if they can catch that first group, or the first group catches them.
Group 5, qualifying race underway. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid, please.
Looks like our lead pack going into 5 right now. Seems pretty spread out. A little bit of a spin there for our second group. 2 people spinning right at 1. Looks like they're going to be able to continue. We'll see if that brings out any emergency vehicles.
Looks like both vehicles should be rolling here. Looks like one along the tire wall in turn 1. Not sure if there was any contact there. To driver's right, to the inside of 1. See that car trying to get refired.
Multiple people involved, at least 2 cars spinning. I think they'll be able to continue. Didn't look like any heavy contact or anything like that. The number 41, no.
On pit lane. Might be a late start.
Our leaders into the carousel.
Gary Gould in that Frisbee. Rejoining the field late here.
Looks like a battle for 4th place shaping up here. We'll see where they line up here as they rise the hill in 14.
and do have a stationary yellow at start finish, which we know that is the cover up and the backup for turn 1. Justin Frick out front in the 09. Joel Weinberger, the 33. Jeff Miller, the 0. DeGriat and the McLaren, 4th. Jake Jacobson, the 3, 5th. Josh Bowler, 6th. Richard Griat, Jason Miller, Mitch Idle, John Boxhorn, your top 10. Tiablin, currently in the 11th spot. Justin Frick, though, your leader in the 09. Working lap number 2 here in this 15-minute qualifying race. Second call to the grid for Group 6. Second call to the grid for Group 6. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid, please.
After 2 laps, Justin Frick keeps his first spot, followed by Joel Weinberger and Jeff Miller. Got a great battle going into the carousel right now between Josh Bowler and Jason Miller. Getting pretty racy out there. We'll see how it shapes up. Our race leader going through Canada right now. Big lead for Justin Frick. And Joel Weinberger getting his own lead as well in second place. But the battle for 5th shaping up. That'll be the one we'll keep our eyes on as the race leader, Justin Frick, rising the hill.
Justin Frick completing lap number 3, your leader at the start-finish stripe. Goes purple with a 2:15.897, 3 seconds faster than Joel Weinberger in that 33 out of Hinsdale, Illinois, the 72 Chevron V21. Then you have Jason Miller in the shadow. The shadow starting to come alive. Jason struggled with some speed in that car throughout the first couple of days with the moisture on the racetrack. But now that the sun is out, that car is coming to life. Jason Miller, the 101 Shadow, now up to third overall. Just went purple, a 2:14, 3:59. A full second faster than your leader and 4 seconds faster than second place, Joel Weinberger, last time through. Four laps complete here, fast approaching just 4 minutes to go. Imagine we will probably get a white flag here shortly. Here in this Group 5 qualifying race. Group 6 to the grid, second call to the grid. Group 6 to the grid, please. Group 6 to the grid, please. Got a car off in the beach at turn 1. Safety. Boots on the ground, assisting that competitor. Emergency vehicle and local yellow displayed at start finish as well as at Alpha. And they'll attend to that driver. To driver's left, entering turn 1. Just past the edge of the grass into the kitty litter. The driver's left into turn 1.
And it looks like Jason Miller might be looking for a pass for the lead on turn 5. Up the hill.
Jason Miller has the lead right now. Out front of Justin Frick now at the top of the hill at Corvette. Now in a hurry downs, Jason Miller. Again, now that the track temperatures come up, that shadow has come to life. Here amongst the Can-Am contingent, Jason Miller from Commerce Township, Michigan. That 74 shadow. Justin Frick, the 09.
Justin Frick leading almost the whole race. And on the final lap in turn 5, getting passed by Jason Miller.
So through Kettle Bottoms now, working their way into Canada Corner for the final time here on this Saturday. We get to do this again tomorrow. Group 5, going to be our third race of the morning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Group 5 at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Through Thunder Valley. Rising the crest of the hill. Can Jason Miller get it done? Jason Miller on the loud pedal. Off at turn 14. And will come underneath the Quick Trip Bridge to the TireRack.com WeatherTech Bridge. Jason Miller, your winner here in Group 5. Justin Frick just behind. Last lap was a 2:11.2 for Jason Miller to Justin Frick's 2:18.5. Still waiting on third place here. And there's Joel Weinberger in the Cannon Chevron. Weinberger, the 33, in third overall.
It looks like we got another slow-moving car in turn 8. And also there's an emergency vehicle that we showed before picking up that car in turn 1. So we'll have to do a little bit of cleanup here before the next group can go out. The next group is group number 6.
That is the Big Bore, classic Big Bore production cars. Next
gonna get
on
loud.
the docket. It will get loud.
earplugs.
Well, I tell you what, actually, Group 5 here in the Can-Am contingent, these motors are just about as loud as the Big Bore production. Many of these cars still share many of the same small block Chevy and big block Chevy componentry. So very similar in noise, but the Big Bores in a much tighter field in Group 6 from a timing standpoint. Todd Treffert with the Porsches. A lot of Corvettes and Camaros in the Big Bore production class. Group 6 up next. 5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid, Group 6. This is your 5-minute call to the grid for Group 6. Again, thanks to our fans watching on the Road America YouTube stream all day today. Appreciate you tuning in. Weather's much better this afternoon than yesterday. Notice a few names on the chat list from yesterday, as well as watching today. Hope to see you out here tomorrow. If you're in the area, come on out. It's going to be a beautiful rest of the weekend.
Tomorrow with all the feature races, it's going to be a great day. Sunday race day.
Feature races, of course, fill up the day. We start right at 8 a.m. and go all the way through. We'll also have another All-American Racers Eagle demonstration session. And that'll be tomorrow as well. Looking forward to a big day and a lot of awards presentations for the parade last night as well. We'll hand those out on Sunday during the noon hour, during the lunch break. So a little bit of cleanup on the race course, Brian, but great Group 5. Looking forward to Group 5 again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah, that was a great race. Amazing run there by Jason Miller. Passing on the last lap in turn 5 to take the top spot for the qualifying races.
course, there's a lot of different categories in the Can-Am. You've got CA1. You've also got HBSR, CA2, which is the smaller configuration.
Yep.
And then the CA3 and CA4 as well. So you've got small block versus big blocks.
Yeah, and with the split start we had on this current race, things can get pretty jumbled up. There's lap traffic, a lot more strategy that could potentially go into it. So if there's another split start for tomorrow, this race could get very, very interesting.
So Miller, Frick, Weinberger on the top 3 steps of the podium, so to speak, for the overall race here. For Justin Frick, Joel Weinberger, and Josh Bowler, your podium in HBSR. In CA1, of course, that is Jason Miller. In CA2, it's Nick Grout and Richard Grout. And CA4, Vince Thielman. In the Can-Am contingent. We go to Group 6 next here on the docket. Final call to the grid. Group 6, final call to the grid for Group 6 here at America's National Park of Speed. All right, let's take a look at your Group 6 lineup here as they roll off of pit lane. Brian Garcia in the 11. And that is the Cheetah. Already a race winner here on this Saturday. Todd Trefford in the 41 and that Porsche 911 RSR on the outside. Scott Borchetta in that 69 Chevy Corvette Roadster alongside Jody O'Donnell, another Chevy Corvette out of Carrollton, Texas. Norman, Oklahoma's Mike Donahue in the 30. Waterford, Wisconsin's Tim Cornelius in the 47 Chevrolet Camaro. Scott Graham on a New Franken, Wisconsin, the 69 Pontiac Firebird. The 37 Claire Schwennerman, that is a 68 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Chris Hines, the 83 in that Shelby. David Hinton in the 14 out of Clearwater, Florida, in the 74 Porsche 911. Rick Mooney in the 88 Chevrolet Corvette. A.C. DeAugustine also in a Shelby. The 96 of Daniel Parr out of Big Bend, Wisconsin, in the 69 Chevy Camaro. Jaguar XKE Roadster, Larry Ligas out of Largo, Florida, in that number 61. Tom Weglars out of Farmington Hills, Michigan. The 5 of Travis Frang, that is the Beast out of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. And the 01 of Josh Simpson, 73 Porsche 911 RSR. 56 of Sam LeComney. 92 of David Gretelis out of Berkeley, California, Porsche 911. Paul Toombs in the 7, John Rishi in the 81. The 31 is Seth Higgins. The 74, Stephen Coleman. Damon DeSantis in the 82. The 33 is Dean DeSantis. Tom Olega on the 471. Mark Hannafin in the 85. 35 is Louis Guerra. The 05 is Scott Young. The 63, Patrick Sessions. The 68 of John Malmquist. The 73 of Harry Dinwiddie. The 97 of Darren Linghofer starts 33rd. John DeGainer in the 111. Linghofer and John DeGainer did not trip the light coming across out of the false grid. So Brian Garcia, Todd Trefford going to lead this field behind the Chevrolet Corvette pace car. 32 cars here in the Group 6 field. Underneath the Quick Trip Bridge, the WeatherTech.com starters bridge is green. Green flag down. Brian Garcia, the Cheetah. Todd Trefford in the 41. Jody O'Donnell, Scott Borchetta, Tim Cornelius, and Mike Donahue lead him down into turn 1. Side by side, the field. Fourth on back, still side by side. The top 4 have kind of scampered away. Single file, 3 wide for a moment, and the push wide out in turn 1. Into turn 3. Garcia still setting the pace. And heading towards Sargento now. Garcia, Trefford, Jody O'Donnell, Scott Borchetta, Tim Cornelius. Borchetta out of Nashville, Tennessee. That 69 Chevrolet Corvette. The purple, pink, and white on the sideboards of that Corvette. Battle for the 3rd spot right now for Borchetta. Underneath the Corvette bridge. Working hurry downs now. From 7 into 8. Under braking. Garcia Borchetta now second. Looks like Tim Cornelius has slipped back a bit. But Borchetta now into that second position with that number 1 Corvette Roadster. So it's a Cheetah, Corvette, and a couple more Corvettes in tow. Working lap number 1 here in Group 6. First call for Group 7. First call to the grid for Group 7. First call to the grid for Group 7.
Race leaders through 14 coming up the hill to complete their first lap. Brian Garcia still in first, followed by Scott Borchetta.
Todd Trefford has that 41 machine in the third spot. Jody O'Donnell in the 46 currently sits fourth. Chris Hines up to fifth in the 83. Tim Cornelius holding station in the sixth with that Chevrolet Camaro. Mike Donahue, Scott Graham, David Eaton, Claire Schwendeman, your top 10. Other notables here, Rick Mooney hanging on to the 11th spot on a Lake Oswego in that Chevrolet Corvette. So Rick Mooney, the 88, up to 11th. They're holding station here. The 96 is on pit lane. And that is Daniel Parr out of Big Bend, Wisconsin. Daniel Parr brings the 96 Chevrolet Camaro to pit lane.
Seems like after that opening lap, all the racers have settled into their positions. Garcia leading through 8.
It's a big field here in the Big Bore production group.
And battle for third and fourth is starting to heat up here. A couple of position changes through 5 and now 8 as they come through the carousel.
Borchetta had a 1.1 second deficit to Garcia last time through. Garcia is still about 3 seconds ahead of fifth place Chris Hines as they're working lap number 2. 4 minutes elapsed time here from Road America. 15-minute distance races here for these qualifying races on this Saturday. Group 7 to the grid, please. Group 7 to the grid, please.
It looks like Scott Borchetta is getting closer and closer to the bumper of Brian Garcia as they are going through 14 up the hill. And we'll see if he makes a move. They'll see a tight draft and then a pop out to the left or right to try to make a pass. Maybe he decides he'll stay behind him in the draft and then make a pass at 1. He's definitely getting some speed though.
Garcia, though, has a little bit bigger power plant in that 11 car compared to Scott Borchetta's Nashville, Tennessee's Chevrolet Corvette. Brian Garcia, a lot of pull down the straightaway in that Cheetah. A little bit more aerodynamic is the Cheetah than the Corvette, and has a little bit better time getting down these long straightaways. Now the Corvette may corner a little bit better when you get into under braking into turn 5 with that big, wide, sloping nose and high fenders on the front of that number 1 Camaro, Corvette rather, for Scott Borchetta.
The battle for the third spot starting to heat up. O'Donnell, Hines, Treffert, all battling for that last spot on the podium in our qualifying races.
Don't forget you can get results, live standings, as well as race grids for tomorrow. You can all get them for free on the Race Hero app. Download it on the Google Play or on the App Store, in the Apple iStore. WeatherTech International Challenge here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. My name is Eric Miller, your track announcer here at Road America, the voice of this facility since 2009. Brian Eaton joining us for the first weekend.
Great to be here. Love being on this side of the microphone. Usually I am running the big screens and running the cameras, but this weekend I am on the microphone.
So we're glad to have Brian with us this weekend, expanding his role a little bit. Tom Like is your video director this weekend here at Road America. So thanks to all of you joining us on YouTube. It's a cast of 3 on this weekend.
And it looks like we just had another pass there into Canada corner for the 3rd spot. That might have been Hines taking that 3rd spot. We'll see as they pass the stripe here, coming up the hill. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-way battle for that 3rd spot. Brian Garcia continues his lead. Bruschetta not giving up, though.
Just a second and 100th back. Chris Hines and Jody O'Donnell have swapped that 3rd and 4th spot consistently here. 0.098 seconds between the Lake Havasu City, Arizona resident Chris Hines and Carrollton, Texas's Jody O'Donnell. Those two trading that 2nd and 3rd spot back and forth.
Hines goes wide into 1.
Opens the door for O'Donnell.
And O'Donnell looks like he's going to take it. Oh, a spin! A spin at 3. We're not sure who.
I believe that might be Jody O'Donnell.
I think that might be O'Donnell. That was the battle for the 3rd spot. We'll see exactly who that is when we get a little bit closer. That opens the door for Treffert. Potentially Hines might have solo position on 3rd.
Garcia in the BTM Cheetah out of St. Charles, Illinois.
And there's our 3rd place. And there is, I believe, Treffert saying, you know what, now it's my turn.
And Garcia kind of in a class on his own with the VBM class. Scott Borchetta is in HGTO, as long as Chris Hines and Jody O'Donnell, Todd Treffert. That is the HTO battle for the top 3 in HGTO. Jody O'Donnell was leading the HAP over Claire Schwendeman and Rick Mooney. Mike Donahue leading the HBP, Claire Schwendeman leading HAP. Now, after the spin from Jody O'Donnell. 3 laps complete, working lap number 4. We are just shy of 10 minutes here in this 15-minute session. Another spin over in turn 13, local yellow.
Safety already there at that incident in Canada, protecting that driver. So there will be no passing opportunity for now. 12 to 13. Hines, Treffert, and just like we thought, O'Donnell drops down. Didn't lose too many positions. We'll see where he ends up here. Yep, looks like he slotted back into the 5th spot. So not the worst scenario after a spin. I'm sure he'll do his best to get back into the mix for that 3rd spot.
Kaukauna, Wisconsin's Travis Frank currently running at 16th overall. The Orange Beast had some rear end gear issues throughout the qualifying sessions, and they thrashed on that car just to get it ready for the parade yesterday, and we're thrashing on it again this morning. Damon and Dean DeSantis, 23rd and 24th overall right now in HGTU on a plantation in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, respectfully. Currently they're running.
See another person overcook it into 8. Very easy to do. Oh, and here comes another emergency vehicle. Looks like a flatbed for that car in Canada. As we see our race leader
Garcia continues to lead over Borchetta. 4 laps complete. 11 minutes gone by now. So we're under 4 to go here in Group 6. Group 7 to the grid, please. Group 7 to the grid, please. Group 7 to the grid, please.
White flag in the air for our race leader, Brian Garcia. Scott Borchetta not giving up, though, right behind him as they go into turn 1 down the hill to Sargento. Chris Hines 3, Todd Treffert in 4th. O'Donnell, after that spin, was able to keep his 5th spot. 6th place, Mike Donahue, no change there. And we are working the last lap. It's been a great battle for that 3rd spot all race. Hines, Treffert, O'Donnell. Currently Hines in the lead. We'll see if Treffert has anything for Hines on this last lap around this 4-mile road course. White flag in the air. Last lap, Road America. Still a yellow flag in Canada corner for that safety vehicle. Trying to get that on the flatbed. Brian Garcia, commanding lead, making his way through 13, around 14, and we'll go up the hill to see the checkered flag. Next race group up is Group 7. Group 7A, 7B, and 7C. To the grid, please. And here comes Brian Garcia. Checkered flag in the air. Your race winner, Brian Garcia, followed by Scott Borchetta. Let's see who ends up getting that 3rd spot. Chris Hines. Closely followed behind by Todd Treffert. And O'Donnell should be coming up next. After that mishap in turn 3. Your race winner, Brian Garcia, the number 11. Next up, Group 7. Group 7 to the grid, please.
So it's Garcia over Borchetta and Chris Hines. Your podium in HGTO is Borchetta, Hines, and Treffert in class. Jody O'Donnell leading the HAP. Mike Donahue leading HBP. HGTU leader David Hinton in the 14. VBM, of course, the lone car is that Cheetah for Brian Garcia. Group 7, 5-minute call. Group 7, 5-minute call.
The AAR Eagles still being displayed in the heart of the paddock. Look for the giant white tent, 30 of them on display. And this might be the first time I haven't seen a sea of people looking at these cars. So if you haven't got a chance to go look at them, this would be a great time to look at all of the Eagles on display in the heart of the paddock, right in front of the paddock shop, right next to Parker Johns, and the big screen of Winter Circle. Group 7 up next. Group 7 grid being released. You should see them rolling onto the track shortly. We have Group 7A, Group 7B, and 7C, Modern Formula, Monoposto Formula 70, Wings and Slicks, Historic Formula 5000.
So this is Group 7. There is going to be a gapped start, similar to a split start, but they will only have the one pace car. The Formula 5000 cars will kind of gap themselves to the back of the field. James French and Brian French will lead us down, both out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. James, the yellow 97 Jordan 197, and Brian French in the 97 Benetton. Lewis Cooper in the 70. That is a Panos DP01. Tony Ave in the 2006 Swift. Number 14. Number 7, Mark Brannon out of Paradise Valley, Arizona, a Lola T97. Justin Frick in the 09 out of Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, in that Lola T97. Travis Engen, the 31, also a Lola T97. These are Toyota Atlanta cars. Rob Radman in the 99 Swift in the 84 machine. 28 is Doug the Rocket Mocket out of St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 76 Penske PC4. Danny Baker, the 79 in the 79 Rolt. James King, the 64 out of Telluride, Colorado, the 72 McLaren. Chris Locke in the number 5 out of San Anselmo, California, the 76 Lotus. Steve Romack in the 55 out of Walnut Creek, California, in that 1980 March Cosworth. Peter Ruggiero in the number 27 in the Swift. Kyle Buxton, the 17 in a 77B March. Robert Merritt, the 41, out of San Diego, California, in the Star Pro Mazda. 75 is Rick Wark, out of Abbottstown, Pennsylvania, in a 2006 Swift. Howard Cherry, the 42, out of Wellington, Florida, in a Brabham. Jeffrey Antonelli in the 71 Pro Mazda. Payop Walshin's Nick Wright in a 79 Rolt. Josh Bowler in the 19. It's a 75 Chevron B29. Richard Gright, Josh Bowler. Mike Vandenhurst in the 54 as well. Off of turn 14, under the bridge, and to the WeatherTech starter stand. The Formula One cars have taken the green. The wings are clear. Balance half of the field, Alex Dodd, Jalen Kelly in the 99, Kurt Bennett the 51, Jim Stengel the 175, Rick Parsons in the 1, Tom Simpson the 77, Paul Dudiak, George Fry, Seb Kalla, Kyle Tilley, Mike Plotz, all in USF 5000.
There might be a car potentially in the grass at 1, getting some reports.
Yeah, it looks like a car has gone off. Looks like they've driven offline, lost power, and have pulled to a stop just past pit out.
And that's going to be interesting for those gap starts here. And they're going to be coming up the hill, not to a green flag, but standing yellow, potentially. Was it one of the French cars?
It looks like that might be the 11 of James French that is pulled to a stop.
And the motor is gone.
So in this case, the car has shut down.
And here comes that group of 5000s up the hill now, Eric. That gap start we were talking about. We'll see what they end up doing here.
We have some folks along the pit wall. Need to get them back from the wall, as this is still considered a start.
Yep, and here's that other group. And green flag for them. The 5000 group going into turn 1.
And they will get the green flag just past pit out. But they'll get past that stranded Formula One car.
Looks like they're minding their P's and Q's as they make their way.
A little bit more of a gentleman's agreement in the 5000 group.
Yeah, and turn 1's one of those corners where having a gentleman's agreement for a lot of these vintage cars is very, very needed.
So Brian French streaks across the start-finish line under a local yellow for James, who was the pole sitter. Lewis Cooper promoted to second, Tony Ave to third.
And Tony Ave in third place right now. Really quick yesterday, getting a sub 2 minute lap. So Tony Ave, the number 14, a car to watch out for. Currently in the 3rd spot, behind Lewis Cooper, the number 72nd spot. Lots of different classes on track right now. So lap traffic will eventually be a thing, and we'll play into the strategy of these racers. 1 lap in the books.
Group 7 underway. This is the first call to the grid for Group 8. Group 8 to the grid, please. Group 8 to the grid, please. Group 8 to the grid, please.
And no surprise there, Brian French already catching up to some lap traffic, along with Lewis Cooper, Tony Ave. So lap traffic already playing into this qualifying race for Group 7. Group 8, you're up next. Group 8, you're up next. Brian French across the line for his second lap. There goes Lewis Cooper and Tony Ave. No change in the starting group. French, Cooper, Ave. Justin Frick. Mark Brannon. And Travis Egan. And we got a car off in 14. The number 71 car. Looks like they're trying to get it started. The wheels are spinning on the back there. Just no grip. And the grass still probably fairly damp. Had a lot of rain the last day and a lot of fog this morning. The sun just peeking out.
Jeffrey Antonelli in that 71 machine. That's a 2006 Star Pro Mazda car. Certainly in the 23rd place overall.
And you see his back wheels are spinning full speed, trying to get any sort of grip, and it's just, look, there it goes, just not having it. And he just needs a little bump, like if we could just get a little push, and he'd be on his way.
Well, safety will definitely help him there. So the safety team will leave from turn 12 and go to assist in turn 14. So we'll have a local yellow from Canada to Thunder Valley and up to turn 14 temporarily. Here's the safety truck, finds a hole and makes a way to move over in turn 12. So the safety team en route. Some race cars go around the safety truck, and a white flag with the red cross signifying that the emergency vehicle is on course this weekend as part of our flagging conditions. So we can stay under green predominantly around the racetrack, but wherever an emergency vehicle is, you'll see that white flag with the red cross on it, signifying an emergency vehicle on course.
And a huge shout out to our safety team and all of our emergency team keeping us safe, along with the corner workers, the flag men and women, making this whole event possible.
Absolutely. You know, in other series, this brings out a full course yellow. Here in vintage racing, we try to stay racing as much as we can, and our safety team, under a lot of duress at some times with the traffic going on around them, but they try to assist with being on course with cars flying by at speed. Of course, the drivers need to slow down a little bit into those yellow zones, but this safety team, the best in the business, bar none. I'll put them against any other safety team anywhere else on the planet. This team is good, and they are one of the best.
Yeah, always fast, always quick. We've seen them this year already fix 100 feet of fence in 45 minutes on turn 5. Seen them pick up multiple cars, multiple incidences at the same time. And it's awesome to see them work.
Looks like that car is high-sided. It almost looks like there's a little bit of a rise right at the center of that that chassis for that Star Mazda car. A former Pro Mazda that they'll need to by perchance get a tow hook into the roll hoop to try to get some leverage to push the car maybe. And indeed, it looks like they're putting the tow rope in off the top of the roll hoop. And they'll tow that car with a tow rope.
French, Cooper, Ave, your top three. No change since the first lap. Once James lost his motor on the first lap, it has been a Brian French, Lewis Cooper, and Tony Ave. And we'll see if we can maybe pick up the Formula 5000 race. They had that gap start. They're pretty much scattered throughout the course in between all of these very fast racers. And we'll see how that ends up shaking out for them on this Group 7 qualifying race. Looks like they got that car in 14 on the tow hook, or the tow rope, and they'll be pulling it out.
So they pulled the car forward, and the car is running, so trying to let that driver get a chance to get going. It looks like he lost the power in the car. They had released him to let him go, and it looks like the car may have shut off, and so they may need to rehook it.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to start that on the wet grass there. It's probably very easy to stall or misfire or anything in between.
From a safety standpoint, not in a much better place, but they did get him to the point where they could have released him, so truck will back up again and reposition itself. And the safety team again, best in the business, but unfortunately sometimes as a driver you get a little excited and you stall the car out, pushing the clutch in, and that's what it looks like happened. So they'll need to do a flat tow here as that car did not refire now. So they'll have to do a flat tow with that car up to pit lane. So safety team, that is the safety team working out of Canada corner normally in their position.
They're 10.5 minutes into this timed race. Only a couple laps to go for Brian French, Lewis Cooper, Tony Ave. Oh!
And we've got a car that is looks like lost a motor over in Kettle Bottoms just after the King.
Oh no!
And has come to a rest. And the driver has escaped from the car very rapidly, so that tells me that there would be potentially something else going on with that car as he is climbing to the wall, and in a situation where that is not an ideal location. So safety team deploying out of turn 9 underneath the Speedville Bridge, but that looked like the motor had let go in a hurry.
Something came into the cockpit, or a lot of smoke, a lot of heat there. Looks like the smoke has subsided. Potentially could have dropped something onto the track as well. The corner worker said that they were waving the surface flag. Now we're just waiting for safety here to block that car.
Sounds like the wheel actually locked up on the car, so that may have been a brake lockup, and it shut the car off where they had no choice there. Looks like there is some skid marks behind the car. That would make sense if the rear end locked up or something in the transaxle had suffered a failure. Safety team now, boots on the ground.
There's safety team. He did get out of that car in quite a hurry, like there's potentially something wrong with the cockpit. Driver is out of the car with safety. I don't know if we got a number on that, and the checkered flag comes out while we're looking at that incident. Brian French, your winner in Group 7. If you are curious, his best time was 1:58.300, so an under 2-minute lap for Brian French. Lewis Cooper coming up for the second spot, followed by Tony Ave. Couple of incidences throughout the course. Looks like we just have that one that we just saw in the kink. So we'll get that cleaned up. Hopefully there wasn't anything too major as far as fluid down on the track, and we can get going with our next group. That is group number 8. Group number 8, post-historic production sports cars and sedans. Group 8, to the grid please. Group 8, to the grid.
Sounds like that is the 84 of Rob Radman out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. That's a new car for that here in the WeatherTech International Challenge. That's a 99 Swift. So sounds like the rear end locked up, perhaps, or wheel locked up.
And I
had plenty of smoke back there.
And we can see the types of safety cars going to that incident now, and it looks like we might need some kitty litter down in that area. But we're not 100% sure yet. Group 8 up next.
So likely waiting either for a hook or the rollback. My guess is probably the hook coming for the assistance to the 84 Rob Radman back in Kettle Bottoms.
cleanup happening for that incident in the kink. A couple of safety vehicles down there getting everything cleaned up. And we should be ready to go racing for Group 8. Group 8 up next.
WeatherTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed WeatherTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by a passion in storage expertise, WeatherTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from WeatherTech Manufacturing. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer with over 1,500 travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes in stock. Shop 11 great locations from La Crosse to Green Bay to Sheboygan to Elkhorn. From the track to the great outdoors. Life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for competitors racing here at Road America. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide, and Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do your part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company. Help make green work. Kelly Moss has been topping podiums for over 30 years with online driver development, custom car builds, off-road safari kits, and first-class trackside support. Our winning history is the Kelly Moss difference. Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more today. Race fans, a project done the right way only needs to be done once. So when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Road America welcomes partner Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is your Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso truck dealer. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America.
That incident in the kink has been cleaned up. Safety has moved out, and Group 8 should be firing up soon, and we'll be going green for our Group 8 qualifying race. Post-historic production sports cars, sedans. That Elkhart Lake Blue pace car is rolling.
Peter Cunningham leading the field out of Saukville, Wisconsin, that 2004 Acura TSX. Orange over white. Mark White, the 935, out of Waunakee, Wisconsin, the 87 Porsche. Steve Grundle in the 1672 Porsche. Lisa Hansen, the 69 Porsche 911S. Tom McGlynn in the number 18, the Porsche 914 6. Craig Watkins in the 046 out of Pengrove, California. George F. Ballback in a 66 Porsche. Joe Hish in the number 6. Fritz Seidel, the 611. The 77 of Daniel Caggiano, 1970 Porsche. Larry Lunda, the 76. 3 is Travis Mjolnir, starting in the outside of row 6 out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, in the BMW M3. The very first other manufacturer since the pole-sitter Peter Cunningham and the Acura. It's all Porsches in the middle of this field. And then we go right back to a couple more Porsches, Kellen Weinberger and Bruce Boder. And then Filippo Reina in the Alpha. Nick Clements, another Porsche. Frank Boucher in the 51. The 9 of Eric Wood, another Alpha. And then Don Myers, Matt Getzinger, Ed Dulski in the 74 Datsun. Steve Anderson in the 61, another Porsche. Another Datsun of Isaac Keeler out of Mactawa, Michigan. Larry Payne in the 129 out of Riverside, California. And the Lotus Elise. Another BMW E30 325i. Jessica Jonk in the 28. Rob Cohen, the 38 out of Mequon, Wisconsin, in the Alpha. Joshua Tuggle, the 91, the 46 of Jeff Worth, the 241 of Peter Mika, 75 is Eric Davis, the 35 of Greg Wold, the 114 of Kelly Nichols, 66 of Marshall Moore, the 93 of Gerald Dulski starts 34th, the 10 of Byron DeFore starts 35th, the 08 of Jeff McCormick starts 36th, Lisa Weinberger in the 37th starting position, the 277 of Eric Dietz, the 8 of Jensen Wentenkamp in the Mazda Miata out of Newton, Wisconsin, second generation driver, Merle Reynolds in the 01, the 118 of Julie Dahmer out of Sheboygan, 99 Mazda Miata. Martin Lauber in the 80, the Porsche 944 Turbo. And Alex Rourke, the number 62. 43 starters, and that is a Lotus Elan. Peter Botham, Marshall Moore, Tim Holmes, David Hepshin, Kermit Upton, all missing the call here in Group 8. Peter Cunningham will lead the field to green behind the safety car, and here they come underneath the bridge to the WeatherTech Starters Bridge. Green flag is out for Peter Cunningham in the field.
Peter Cunningham with that lead into one. Let's see if he can hold it.
He can indeed, by a car length over White. Looks like Steve Grundle and Lisa Hansen settle in the 3rd and 4th in line. Tom McGlynn kind of battling with Lisa Hansen nose to tail with those Porsches. It is predominantly going to be a Porsche field here, but that Acura TSX for Peter Cunningham, no stranger to the front of the field. He's been fast the last 2 years with that car after having that car restored.
Might have a bit of a braking duel coming into 5, 2 wide. Going all the way back to 5th.
Into turn 5, Peter Cunningham arcs it in. White on the bottom. Grundle looks to the outside. Lisa Hansen has some pressure mounting as well. To the inside, up the hill, underneath the Corvette bridge.
Trying to hold that position for 4th and keeps it. Peter Cunningham leading, going into turn 8. Turn 8, another great opportunity for passing. Great braking zone leading into the carousel.
Field into the carousel on the exit of turn 10 now. It's Peter Cunningham by about 10 to 15 car lengths over Steve Grundle in that green number 16 Porsche. Grundle, 1972 Porsche.
And you can see where they put down that kitty litter in the kink right off the race line. Shouldn't affect these competitors too much, so great job for the safety team getting that taken care of and getting us this green track. Leaders are coming into Canada. Looks like they're safely around going into 13.
Got to hand it to Rob Radman as well in that 84 machine. Even though he had that failure, he got off track as soon as he possibly could. So it was very minimal cleanup over on the backside of the race course.
Definitely saved us a lot of time. And
absolutely. On the exit of 14, it's like we've got a quick spin on the exit of 13, but back underway. First 5 to 6 cars now in a freight train on the front straightaway. It's Cunningham, Grundle, White, and Tom McGlynn, and George F. Ballback.
Grundle right on the tail of Cunningham, going into 1.
That's not a scene that we've seen this weekend. Of course, qualifying session's a little bit different than race action.
Track completely different. The sun is out. We're seeing a little bit more blue skies. Still cool out there, but completely different from yesterday and this morning.
And Peter Cunningham in that 42 car has had the fastest car all weekend, but some of those sessions in the damp. Now Steve Grundle kind of putting the Porsche to its paces. Car length and a half separates Peter Cunningham and Steve Grundle. Grundle fills the mirrors of that Acura TSX with that green Porsche.
And here comes Tom McGlynn going for 3rd place.
Cunningham shuts the door on Grundle. Hansen shuts the door on McGlynn. McGlynn will look to driver's left as they go up the hill underneath the Corvette
goes
bridge.
to the inside.
Side by side, Grundle has the
Pushed a little wide into the grass.
16 and the 42 pulling away now.
Oh, and he retakes the spot.
Hansen retakes the spot around the 18 of Tom McGlynn. So Tom McGlynn, Lisa Hansen having a great duel here.
And
into the mix is Ballback.
Another one there.
Greg Watkins. And Mark White fading into the mix here as well.
What a great battle here for that 3rd spot.
4-way battle for 3rd.
And this could get interesting going into the kink into Canada. We'll see who breaks first, who breaks the slowest, who breaks the fastest.
The first and second have spread out a little bit. Looks like Peter Cunningham gets a really good drive off the carousel. You'd kind of expect that with the configuration of that Acura TSX. Gets a little bit better pull on corner exit. They're in turn number 10. But Steve Grundle has a little bit more grunt in that Porsche. And it looks like Tom McGlynn has gotten into the 3rd spot. So put McGlynn now in that Porsche 914 up into 3rd. So Cunningham, Grundle, McGlynn. And that looks like White, Watkins, and Hansen. Or Ballback in there, excuse me.
Yeah, 4-way battle for this 3rd spot. Nose to tail. And let's see how they shake out here as they cross the line.
Ballback and White side by side at the stripe.
Tom
and they're
McGlynn
going to go 3 wide with McGlynn to turn 1.
trying to hold on to that 3rd spot.
George F. Ballback to the inside into turn 1, and it's got a great half a car length advantage now.
McGlynn looks to the inside, trying to get his spot back.
And now Hansen back into the mix to the inside. Next to McGlynn. McGlynn shuffled all the way back to 6th now. Hansen and McGlynn kind of do a little bit of a dance off of turn 4, side by side, as we head underneath Sargento.
Slow-moving car. Who is it?
That is McGlynn. McGlynn has lost the pace.
Yep. McGlynn slowing. Hopefully he can get that refired and get back onto pace, but he is definitely going slow into 5. We'll see if he takes this cutoff in 5. That'll tell us a lot. And he stays out there, so whatever it was, maybe it was a brake lockup or a misshift or something along those lines, but he's staying in there, and maybe he can catch back up to this pack that it's battling for 3rd.
That's a great observation, Brian. Didn't think of the missed shift there coming off. It looked like he and Lisa Hansen had gotten together, and Hansen kind of looked like they bounced off of each other on the exit of 3. It could have very easily caused him to miss a shift on the exit of 3 as Lisa was able to pull away. Rough ride for Mark White on the exit of turn 8.
The long way.
The long agricultural direction for Mark White in the 4th spot now. So it is Cunningham, Grundle, Ballback, White, Hansen, and McGlynn.
And it looks like Cunningham and Grundle have made their way to a very substantial lead. We'll see if McGlynn can catch back up after that little mishap. Not sure what happened to him, but he has continued and is trying to make his way back and make up that time. Race leaders coming up the hill will be completing their third lap of the race.
7.5 minutes into this one, 15 minutes the distance.
And the battle for third. Ballback, White, Hansen. Nose to tail going into one.
And White swings wide. Behind George F. Ballback. Cunningham, Grundle, Ballback continue to lead. Mark White trying to put some pressure on Ballback, trying everything he can to get the momentum of that 935 car to sling around the zero. George F. Ballback. Cunningham into turn 5 now. 8.5 minutes gone by. And Cunningham pulling away from Steve Grundle. That Porsche starting to abuse the rears. Grundle tried everything he could to try to hang on to Peter Cunningham, and he's lost that lead. And now all by himself in second as the battle for third, fourth, and fifth continues.
Safety leaving 8 right now. I'm not sure what they're responding to. It looks like we might have a stranded car somewhere in the back half of the race course. We'll let you know when we see more. The best lap for Peter Cunningham was a 2:31.042, a 2:31 for Peter Cunningham.
And safety looks like they're diving right underneath the Johnsonville Bridge. It's actually right out of the look of our camera, both camera angles. It looks like there's a car pulled underneath the Speedville Bridge on the driver's right-hand side of the opening. So that is where safety has responded to.
And that shakes things up here. Turn 8, a very popular passing corner on this racetrack. So we'll see if that safety team can get them green. Not sure which car's over there under the Speedville Bridge. We'll let you know when we find out more. Peter Cunningham, Steve Grundle, and a battle for third between Ballbach, White, and Hansen. And we just got a report that McGlynn pulled off. Had that mechanical issue at 3. Not sure what it was. Could have been maybe got a wheel off and hit that kind of rough terrain on the left side, and maybe that just misplaced something.
To Cunningham, Grundle, Ballback, White, Hansen, the top 5. McGlynn going to drop off of the top half of the score sheet. Craig Watkins, the 046. Joe Hish, Fritz Seidel, Dan Cagiano, and Larry London now your top 10 as we run. But Cunningham in control here. Really consistent laps. But Peter Cunningham will always tell you that the lap time that ends in 2:31.042 will always be his best lap here ever, because of the 42 at the tail end of that number, because that is the car number. So Peter, no matter what his lap times look like for the rest of this weekend, that lap time is a perfect lap for him at a 2:31.042. Had a chance to chat with him in the parade yesterday. Excited to have that Acura TSX on display. He is so proud of his legacy cars in the real-time collection hall as well. Peter Cunningham going to get the white silk, I believe, next time by. 11.5 minutes into this one. We should get one more to go.
That means group number 9 up next. Group number 9 to the grid, please. Group number 9 to the grid. white flag in the air for Peter Cunningham. Steve Grundle across the line. Ballbach, white. And there's Lisa Hansen. We'll see if Mark White can catch up to Ballbach. Ballbach with about a 5-car length lead going into turn 1. Peter Cunningham, Group 8. Peter Cunningham, Steve Grundle. They are catching up to some lap traffic. We'll see if that changes up the order at all. Sometimes lap traffic can cause some issues if you catch it in the wrong spot, in the wrong passing zone. Looks like Peter Cunningham was able to pass already all of that lap traffic here into Canada. Your race leader, Peter Cunningham, coming up the hill to the checkered flag. And your Group 8 winner, Peter Cunningham. In second place, Steve Grundle. And George F. Ballbach. What a great race there between Ballbach, White, Hansen, and for that third spot on the podium, Ballbach able to take it over. Cunningham, Grundle, Ballbach. Great race.
5-minute call for Group 9. This is your 5-minute call for Group 9. 5-minute call. Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 leaving pit lane, headed out on racetrack. Group 10 up next. First call to the grid for Group 10. First call to the grid for Group 10. Colin Comer on the inside of the front row. On the outside, former NASCAR driver Joe Nemechek in the number 18 out of Cornelius, North Carolina, and that number 18 Toyota Camry. On the inside of the next row, the 33 of Lance Wiskirchen out of Scandinavia, Wisconsin. Randy Rupp in the All-Sport Mustang, the number 111. Robert Van Zelst, number 34, that 2017 Porsche 991. Adam Rupp in the Ford Mustang, number 70. Kyle Hogan in the number 9 out of Littleton, Colorado. Gunnar Frang out of Appleton, Wisconsin in that red Chevrolet Corvette. Steve Anderson in the 6 from Bakersfield, California. In the 5 of Ike Keeler and the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Number 69, Sam LeCompte. The 26 is Patrick Womack, better known as Ricky Bobby, at least for the kids that are familiar with the Will Ferrell movie. And technically speaking, July 16th, according to the movie, is Ricky Bobby's birthday. So happy birthday, Ricky Bobby. Rick Frang in the Orbs Pizza number 19. Kurt Leverton in the 88. Josh Simpson in the number 1. The 19 of Eric Johnson. The 260 of David Treichel. The 45 is Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin in that 1970 Chevelle bodied car, but that is a NASCAR Cup Series car underneath that chassis. Carmen Cusack in the 7, Brian Carlson in the 8, 28 of Walter Brown, Larry Hoopaw in the 48, Lowe's Impala, the 08 rather, of Corey Cochran, and the 76 of Jason Miller in the number 76 is a 90 Nissan. That is your Group 9 qualifying race grid set to go this time by. Of course, the Concours d'Elegance for street cars is tonight from 6 to 8. So make sure that you head on down to Elkhart Lake and take in the views of the sports cars. Of course, last night was the race car parade, which is always a fun event. And Gunnar Frang is, as usual, good-natured humor for the Frang team. But the Lots of Matza Racing team, for many years, has been trying to get the ultimate lap in. And every time Gunnar gets close to it, we tease him that he spins to avoid getting his fast lap. And by doing so, he mows some grass here at Road America. So we have dubbed Gunnar Frang the Road America's fastest lawnmower, and we bequeath to them a decal for the front of the car, and that is on the nose of that Corvette for the remainder of the weekend. And we appreciate Gunnar's good-natured humor. He's a great guy, great family, both his brother Travis and dad Rick, uncles as well helping out, and friends and family. Just a super team based out of the Appleton, Kaukauna area, and great to have them here at the racetrack this weekend. Missed them at Spring Vintage. Glad to have them back here at Road America, but getting ready to go racing here this qualifying race. Behind the Corvette safety car, lights are out, and we will head to the Chevrolet pit lane. So Colin Comer, Joe Nemechek, Lance Wiskirchen, and Randy Rupp lead the field of green. Pace car is off, and the field rises 2 by 2. The two Mustangs out front. No Joe Nemechek in this one. Green flag is out. So did not see that Joe Nemechek did not come across the stripe. He was still showing up in the lineup. So we'll move the field up. Colin Comer, Lance Wiskirchen, race to the point. Colin Comer, Wiskirchen settle into first and second. As we run down the hill, Comer to the inside of turn 2 and swings back to the outside, and a big brake lock up in the back of the field. And now we've got the stock car contingent, so they did a split start here. That would explain things. Missed the split start. My apologies. So in the Trans Am contingent, Colin Comer, Lance Wiskirchen, Randy Rupp, Robert Van Zelst leading the way. Here in the trucks, That 69 machine is Sam Lecomte, 2007 Chevy Silverado. Part of the old Craftsman Truck Series. The Kevin Harvick GM Goodrich style paint scheme on that car. Old KHI truck. And Adam Rupp has pulled to a stop in turn 8. The Auto Enterprise's number 70 has pulled to a stop in turn 8. And he has had some bad luck as of late. Had some problems at the June sprints as well. Comer, Wiskerson out front. And Robert Van Zelst in that 34 Porsche. Third in the line now. Randy Rupp. Kyle Hogan. Keeler, Gunnar Frang, your top 7. Josh Simpson, Kurt Leverton, the 88, and the 19 of Eric Johnson. That is your top 10. Cameron Cusack in the 7. 260 of David Treichel, and the 8 of Brian Carlson. That Camaro in the Gulf colors, 13th right now. Colin Comer setting the pace into the Collins Classic Automobile Speed Zone. Out front is Colin Comer. The Appraiser for Haggerty. If you're not familiar with his TV show, check it out. The Appraiser on Haggerty's YouTube. Assistance for Adam Rupp. Over in turn 8 with safety on station. It looks like they will send, perchance, a wrecker here to assist. We'll maybe try to get a flat toe going here for the 70 of Adam Rupp. So it's Comer, Wiskerson, Van Zelst, Randy Rupp, Kyle Hogan, Keeler, Gunnar Frang, your top 7. And your leader, Colin Comer, at the stripe at 209.931 to Lance Wiskerson's 211.225. Still trying to get Adam Rupp in that 70 machine. Tucked back behind the wall, but it's a sharp corner to cut at the turn 8 safety cutout right behind the flag station. So they'll need to readjust the 70 car and then hook it back up. Comer continues to lead Lance Wiskerson. Robert Van Zelst, Randy Rupp. Wiskerson going through Kettle Bottoms into turn 12 in the second spot. And there is a big, big, big gap between second and third. I think Randy Rupp might have got around the Porsche. We'll check that coming into 12. Indeed, Randy Rupp has gotten around Van Zelst. So Randy Rupp in the All-Sport Mustang back to third. Wiskerson second place at the line. And we're going to be waiting for a little bit here before the third place car of Randy Rupp. And there we have it. The gap to Randy Rupp from second place. Still tabulating. Wiskerson, 4 seconds, 4.8 seconds back. From Colin Comer. The one is on pit lane, the Falcon Tires Porsche. That car has come to pit lane. And that is Josh Simpson. 1997 Porsche 911, 993 conversion in the GT2 category. So Simpson brings the Falcon Porsche to the pit lane. Gunnar Frang right now, right in the back bumper of Ike Keeler in the battle for the 6th spot. Gunnar about 2 car lengths off of Keeler as they head into Hurry Downs into turn 8. Comer, Wiskerson, Rupp, Van Zelst, Kyle Hogan, Ike Keeler, Gunnar Frang, Eric Johnson, David Treichel, Carmen Cusack, your top 10 now. Working back through the field, Joe Nemechek in the 18 Toyota Camry leads the 76 of Jason Miller. Josh Simpson, of course, just pulled that GT2 car into pit lane. And that was the second half of the field. Patrick Womack technically second in the stock car category. Brad the Bullet Dahmer to third. Larry Hoopaw in the Lowe's Impala, fourth. And Sam Lecomte in the Silverado is dropped back to 23rd. So Lecomte in the truck, Adam Rupp, and Rick Frang did not complete a lap thus far. So Nemechek continues to lead in the second half start. Got a car going around in turn 12. That looks like Brad the Bullet Dahmer in the 45. Spinning the Chevelle out. And kind of in a precarious position for the Bullet. Difficult to see crossed and down Kettle Bottoms backwards to get turned around there. Going to have to rely on the help of the corner station directly across the way. And he is still on top of the curb in turn 12. Jason Miller in the 76, that Nissan Z. 17th overall, just pulled to pit lane as well. Brad Dahmer drops back to 20th, and the white silk is out. So Brad Dahmer still sitting over in turn 12. And just in a bad spot to turn around. Really can't do that with traffic. Kind of just stuck in a bad spot. So working the final circuit for Colin Comer in the Mountain Dew Mustang. Of course, at Spring Vintage, Danny Binks was here helping out. Brad the Bullet Dahmer this weekend. Ron Malik helping them out this weekend. Group 10 to the grid, please. Group 10 to the grid. Group 10 to the grid, please. Battle is on for that 5th and 6th spot. Still, or 6th and 7th rather. Ike Keeler, Gunnar Frang. Gunnar goes to the inside. Ike opens the door. Keeler outside. Frang to the inside. And a drag race up the hill. And Gunnar Frank shuts the door, and Ike dives back to the inside into turn 6. And Gunnar Frang up into the 6th spot around Ike Keeler now. Into turn 8, working the final circuit. Checkered flag is out for the 116, the Mountain Dew machine of Colin Comer. The 33 ACS Mustang of Lance Wiskirchen out of Scandinavia, Wisconsin will come home in the 2nd spot, waiting on 3rd place. And Rupp has crossed the line in 3rd. Kyle Hogan to 5th after Robert Van Zelsen 4th. The battle for 6th and 7th. It is Gunnar Frang in 6th. Ike Keeler 7th in the GT field. GT1 is Colin Comer, Lance Wiskirchen, Randy Rupp, Kyle Hogan, David Treichel, and Brad Carlson in GT2. In GT3, it is Robert Van Zelst. In the Porsche Cup car. Joe Nemechek, Patrick Womack, Larry Hoopaw, and Brad Dahmer and Sam Lecomte in the stock car contingent. We'll end up in the 2 split groups there for Group 9. Checkered flag is out. And that will bring to a close Group 9. Group 10, 5-minute call to the grid. Group 10, 5-minute call to the grid. Don't forget the concourse downtown Elkhart Lake tonight. If you want to stick around the track, if you don't want to go to the concourse tonight, don't forget the fish fry at 6:30 at Regogo Racing. That's the big blue truck in the main paddock area. Fish fry happening tonight, 6:30 here at the track on your Saturday night. Brad Dahmer going to get the tow out of turn 12 for the Bullet out of Sheboygan.
Looks like they got him out of there safely and looks pretty easy, so we should be able to go green here very soon. We see the pace car already rolling. Our last qualifying race of the day, Group 10. And tomorrow we got a whole bunch of featured races, a full day. Started with pre-war and early post-war, starting at 8 a.m. We'll also be live streaming tomorrow's feature races on the YouTube channel, so make sure to check back at 8 a.m. for all of the Road America race action. But we have one final qualifying race, Group 10, going out now following that beautiful Elkhart Lake Blue pace car. Group 10 Modern GT Challenge, Cup, IMSA, GTU, GTO, GTX, and AAGT. Kind of feels like the sun is setting, but we got plenty of sunshine left on this summer day.
Final race of our Saturday afternoon here at the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. Don't forget Brian, David Hobbs, B.S. Levy going to be signing autographs from 11 to 2:30 tomorrow inside the paddock shop, where you can find all your Road America branded merchandise.
The paddock shop will be opening back up 9 a.m. tomorrow. Great chance to grab that last bit of Road America gear. Also the AAR Eagle merchandise there too if you want a t-shirt, a sticker, or maybe a badge. I'm already thinking about breakfast for tomorrow, Eric. I don't know. Cannot wait. I love breakfast here at Road America.
Best breakfast ever. It's the best lunch ever, best dinner, snack. If you cannot find something to eat here at Road America, I don't know what to do, because there is something for everyone here.
And if you don't like the food here at Road America, just drive down the road to Quick Trip and get some meals there. I stopped on.
Their take-home meals are great, by the way.
Take-home meals.
Yeah, two for one on Tuesdays. $2 off Tuesdays.
Wow.
Depending on where you're at. But our good friends at Quick Trip always like to say, we'll see you next time. Usually the stop on the way home.
Yep. Got to grab the cheese sticks and marinara. Our last race group of the day, Group 10, going around the carousel. An amazing day of qualifying races, so much race action. We also got to see the Eagles on track for the first time. Amazing to see and hear the sounds of history throughout the years.
Through Kettle Bottoms, lights on the safety car have gone out. So we will go green this time by Elias De La Torre in the 4, the 110 of Jimmy McGlynn, the 194 of Anthony Stevens, the 288 of Seb Coppola, 37 of Brian Hunter, Max Fedler in the 5, Kermit Upton the 2, Patrick Womack in that green Porsche, 14 of Danny Stewart, Michael Fling in the 26, Mike Fisher the 21, James Hendricks in the 36, the 95 of Adam Karen, Tom Hedges the 93, Doug Karen the 85, Randy Alexander in the 08 of Keith Conroy. Rippey, York, and Petty did not make the call.
Group 10 side by side. Pace car pulls off to the right onto pit lane. Our race leaders coming up the hill, looking for that green flag. And green flag! Green, 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 we're racing.
Elias and McGlynn side by side as the drag race to turn 1. And into turn 1 they go. Elias to the point. McGlynn second. Anthony Stevens and Seb Coppola.
Clean through 1, exactly what we want to see. A little bit of brake lockup going into 3.
Field thundering into turn 3. Now make the right-hander and underneath the Sargento Bridge for Elias. McGlynn. And it looks like Seb Coppola into that third spot now. The Ferrari 458 Challenge entry. Good battle mid-pack for about 6th or 7th side by side for a moment.
That seems to be the case with a lot of these race groups. The competitive battles seem to be back in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and even all the way back in the field, sometimes in the 10th spot.
Looks like that is the 37 of Brian Hunter in that Acura NSX with Max Fedler and Danny Stewart and Kermit Upton. Kind of a battle in mid-pack.
Into the carousel for the first time. Seems like everyone has slotted into position. Looks like we'll have another battle here for the 5th spot. And a great battle in the back of the field as well. A little bit of action into Canada there. Great passing opportunity. And we'll see how the order shakes out as they go through 13 to 14 up the hill and pass the line for their first lap.
As Brian said, completing lap number 1 here in Group 10, our final sprint race of the day. Elias De La Torre at the stripe at Porsche Cayman, and the 110 of Jimmy McGlynn. Anthony Stevens, the 194, and the Porsche 997 Cup entry. Seb Coppola in 4th. Kermit Upton in 5th. Danny Stewart in the Audi. Max Fedler in the BMW 240i. 95 of Adam Karen in the Porsche. Randy Alexander and James Hendricks. Top 13 here. Pat Womack in the 55 racing his way through the field. Elias De La Torre, Jimmy McGlynn, Anthony Stevens, Seb Coppola, Kermit Upton, your top 5. Brian Hunter in the Acura NSX swings wide and opens the door. Going through turn 6. Leaders working through the carousel now into Speedville. Underneath the Johnsonville-Speedville Bridge. Seb Coppola dropping off the pace. Working lap number 2. We're 4 minutes into this one now. 15 minutes the distance. Again, the Concours d'Elegance from 6 to 8 tonight in downtown Elkhart Lake. Make sure you check out some of those street cars. They are gorgeous. Set up very similar to last night. Cars on the streets of the village of Elkhart Lake. Elias De La Torre out of Key Largo, Florida, completing lap number 2 underneath the Quick Trip Bridge. And at the WeatherTech start-finish line here, the WeatherTech International Challenge Weekend with Brian Redmond.
And the number 4 of Elias De La Torre getting a best time of 2:24.737.
Jimmy McGlynn, Anthony Stevens, Seb Coppola, Kermit Upton, Brian Hunter, Max Fedler still your top 7, Danny Stewart, Mike Fisher, Mike Fling, your top 10.
And looking at the race schedule for tomorrow, we start racing right away at 8 a.m. with Group 11 pre-war and early post-war. At 8:30, we got Group 10 Modern GT Challenge Cup, IMSA, GTU, GTO, GTX, and AAGT. And at 9 o'clock, we have Group 5 Historic Sports Racer Can-Am and Prototype to start your morning off. We also have the AAR Eagle demonstration session again on track. We had them for the first time today, and it was absolutely incredible to hear and see those cars go around this 4-mile race course. And we have them again tomorrow at 1 p.m., so make sure you are ready for that. And a full day of feature races from 8 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. It's going to be a fun one, and it's going to be a jam-packed day.
Good battle here in the carousel. That is, I believe, Danny Stewart in the Audi RS3.
It looked like there was a braking duel in 8, maybe a over brake at that turn, and it gave him the opportunity to get a couple of positions.
And it looks like Danny Stewart drops a spot to Michael Fling in that 26.
It looks like a slow-moving car, maybe just giving him the spot there. Let the faster racers by. So far, clean all the way. All the racers minding their P's and Q's.
So Mike Fisher, number 21, the Audi S4. And he had the 14 of Danny Stewart, the Audi RS3. And Michael Fling in the Porsche 911. Fling in the Porsche around Danny Stewart. I believe that is for the battle for 9th and 10th. Swap it a couple times on that go-around. There's the 21 of Mike Fisher, who's up to 7th now. Michael Fling and Danny Stewart up to 8th and 9th. And it looks like James Hendricks is to 10th. So we've lost the 37 of Brian Hunter in the Acura NSX. Patrick Womack started from pit lane. And there is the 37.
Yep.
Brian Hunter on pit lane. Crosses the line in 13th place out of Glendale, Wisconsin. That 91 Acura NSX. So problems for that machine. Patrick Womack, as we said, had started from pit lane in that 55, that green 74 Porsche. And has already worked his way up into the 11th spot. Just about 7 seconds adrift of James Hendricks in that 36, that 1970 Porsche 914. But Elias De La Torre, the Porsche Cayman, and Jimmy McGlynn in the 996 Porsche Cup car. That is your lead group. And Elias De La Torre, a 222.980. 222.980 now. Fastest lap gone purple here after about 9 minutes in Group 10.
And on the big screens, we're following the 9th, 10th, and 11th position cars. Currently, Danny Stewart in that 9th spot. And we'll see if he's able to hold on. Going into 8 with Michael Fling right behind him. Into the carousel now.
Yep, it's Stewart and Fling. Stewart 8th, Fling 9th, James Hendricks 10th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in the battle there. The Audi trying to hold off the Porsches.
Hendricks trying to make things a bit interesting. About 4 car lengths behind this pack here. We'll see if he has the race ability to get back into the mix.
And going to be looking for the white flag this time by, I think.
Yeah, as we're 10 minutes already into this race session.
So 4 laps complete for Elias De La Torre. We'll get to lap 6. Lap 5 will be the white flag.
And here comes that battle we've been following for the 9th position.
The Audi and the 2 Porsches.
Looks like it's Stewart, Fling, Hendricks going into turn 1.
Patrick Womack again was trailing by about 7.3 seconds last time through. That time it was 7.6 seconds. So Womack, I think, going to be kind of held into that 11th position, trying to race his way through the field after starting from the pit lane. He is catching James Hendricks, though, it does appear.
He is making ground quickly. He might be able to mix things up.
Got a lap and a half to do it now. Leader has not gotten the white silk yet.
Looks like our leader is in 11 right now going into Canada. And he'll be seeing... Oh, it looks like we have a change in position for that 9th spot. Potentially Fling getting ahead of Stewart.
Actually, looks like Womack has gotten around Hendricks.
Oh, Womack making a move then.
So Womack into the top 10.
You're right,
Hendricks.
Eric. He was gaining speed. He's found some extra power here on the last couple laps.
So it's Stewart, Fling, Womack, and Hendricks. White flag is out for Elias De La Torre at the start-finish stripe. Working the final lap. 5 laps complete. 6 will be the distance. 12 minutes in. And we will get the checkered flag right at the 15 mark.
And Jimmy McGlynn putting down the fast lap of the race in second place right now with a 2:22.456 is the fast lap of this race. And the battle is on. Fisher, Stewart, Fling, Hendricks.
Best battle on the racetrack here is between Womack and Hendricks. And Womack is going to have a lap to try to catch Fling and Stewart.
He might have some extra straightaway speed. We'll see here. This is the perfect spot for him to make a move.
Good rotation out of turn 14. Nothing holding him up in front. Puts the power down.
And
Audi, Porsche, Porsche, Porsche.
white flag, last lap.
Jimmy McGlynn, fastest in the race session, a 2:22.456. Running in the second spot. Down to 2.3 seconds advantage for the leader. And Womack has gotten around Fling.
And Womack, almost out of nowhere, mixes things up.
Kind of wishes that I'm sure he started where he was supposed to. Getting a little delayed getting to the grid for that 55 machine. If he would have started where he was supposed to, he might have been battling or contending for the top spot right now. Womack's got a half a lap now, roughly about 2 miles, to get back into the top 9. right now, actually in the 9th right now. He wants to get in the top 8 around Danny Stewart. Danny Stewart holding on to that 8th spot. Womack on the charge. Checkered flag is out for Elias De La Torre. And he is your winner here in Group 10.
Great performance from the number 4 car.
Out of Key Largo, Florida, the Porsche Cayman. Jimmy McGlynn in the 110 out of Naples, Florida. The Porsche 996 Cup car. Jimmy McGlynn second. Anthony Stevens running the 3rd spot. Womack. Did Womack just get around?
No, he's making a move, though. He's making a move. He's getting closer and closer. He might try something here at Canada if he has the speed.
Fling putting a little bit of pressure on from behind Womack.
Yeah, he's not giving up yet. This will be a big corner here into Canada. Let's see if they can get cleanly through here.
Womack's within 2.5 car lengths.
Definitely
now.
got a little bit of speed. A little bit faster off that corner.
Through Thunder Valley now. They'll make the right, left, right at 13 and make the turn out of 14. Can Womack get anything done in the draft?
It's going to be a drag race.
Womack swings out wide, tries to cut. The Audi cuts a very tight radius corner. Womack tries to carry momentum out of turn 14.
But will it be enough?
Yeah, will it be enough? Is a great question. Stewart, Womack side by side coming to the stripe. It is going to be Danny Stewart in the 8th spot. Patrick Womack in 9th. But Danny Stewart did a nice job just taking a little bit of momentum away from Patrick Womack off the exit there. But Womack, a great drive back to the top 9. So it's De La Torre, McGlynn, Coppola, Anthony Stevens, Kermit Upton, Max Fedler, Mike Fisher, Danny Stewart, Patrick Womack, Michael Flynn, your top 10. That is your top 10 here in Group 10. And that is going to do it for us here at Road America on your Saturday of the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond. For Brian Eaton, my name is Eric Miller. Reminding you that race car spelled backwards is still race car. So long, everybody. Have a safe night. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m.